And are we ready? Hey, look, we're up. We're there. Hello.
Good morning, everybody.
RK, good morning.
RK in the building. Well, not in the building.
Well,
In the chat.
kind of.
Sort of.
Well, but not really. Kind of, sort of, but not really. So did you go by HEB at 1604 in Blanco and see Sam
I
yesterday?
haven't yet. Is he still there today?
Yeah, yep.
I am going today. I got to pick up a prescription.
Right on. It's always good. Getting drugs is always good.
Yes.
We like drugs. Rock is in.
Steve DeRocco.
Headed
Day
to Brian.
25. Steve DeRocco held hostage.
He's heading to Brian.
Who is Brian?
Brian, Texas.
Oh, no. Kidding.
Oh. Whatever happened to College Station? Why is he just going to Brian? What the hell?
Hey, Sam, I got to go to the HEB today and pick up a prescription. So I may see you. Temper is curious about your shirt.
Actually, this camera's all screwed up again. Do I have to go this way? Yeah. It's the Godfather of rock and roll, Joe Anthony, on this Throwback Thursday.
You guys screwed up. I was supposed to wear a Throwback Thursday t-shirt. I got to go in the trunk of my car. I may have, in honor of Steve DeRocco, I may have a San Antonio Polar Bears t-shirt.
Whoa.
I may go get that at 5:30.
That'll work. See, I can't remember what's on the back of it, Chris. What's on the back?
Oh, my God. There's just Joe Anthony, the Godfather of, it's long. The Godfather of rock and roll was an inspiration to bands, fans, and radio listeners around. He is responsible for earning San Antonio, Texas recognition as the heavy metal rock capital of the world by, it's still more, I'm not even a third of the way through, by introducing and respectfully given credit for the starting the music careers of such legendary rock bands such as Triumph, Rush, Budgie, Legs Diamond, Killer Dwarfs, and countless more. We at Chronic Productions and his listening fans keep his rocking spirit alive. And on this August 29th, 2015, you got a word on that day. Yeah. We pay tribute to this pioneer of rock and roll and bring to concert a band recognized through him to all well, Moxie. Rock and roll lives on forever. Swear to God, that's what the back of his shirt says. Like reading War and Peace.
Yes, it was Moxie. Love me some Moxie.
Well, RK says it's a Black Thursday. Maybe that's what I'm...
Oh, okay.
Maybe that's what I'm...
Yeah, but I don't think we can say that, can we?
Not anymore. Ray Reyes, good morning.
Good morning, Ray. Happy Friday.
Steve DeRocco going to Bryan, Texas. But it's okay because there is a Twin Peaks in Bryan, Texas.
Hell yes.
Steve DeRocco is a gold card member of Twin Peaks.
Really?
He's got his own table.
Wow.
Each location. Oh, Mr. DeRocco. Come this way.
This way, sir.
This way, sir. Here's your golden chalice. We'll fill it with 29-degree beer.
28, thank you.
And here's Sabrina, your waitress.
No, everybody else gets 29-degree beer. He gets 28-degree beer because, you know.
He's the rock.
It's
the original rock.
Yes.
Hey, they're shooting northeast of downtown, also known as Wednesday night.
Or Thursday morning. It just depends on what time it was. Huh? You're going to get wet.
Michael, bored with the news.
They're going to get wet playing on the Riverwalk. It's an awful short field. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, big story yesterday on the news about the downtown baseball stadium.
Yeah.
Not going to happen.
Not going to happen. I got to go back and listen to that.
And there's no taxpayer money involved. So.
All the more reason.
Yeah. But they're saying $160 million, man. That's going to be a bare bones place, man.
Yeah.
Which is okay, though. It's baseball. You don't need a whole lot of bells and whistles, man.
Minor league.
Yeah, you don't need bells and whistles, man. But see, I would think that you would think ahead. and try to, build it MLB ready. Because what's going to happen is
on Major League Baseball.
What happened though is you get a chance to get a team, but you don't have the stadium, you don't have the facilities for it. You're out.
Yes.
It's like the old story of the guy, walking down the road with the gas can. The guy says, truck pulls up to him and says, Did you run out of gas? He says, no, I don't have a car. He goes, what's with the gas can? He says, I'm thinking about getting one. Same thing. Same thing. 30 more days. Woohoo, Rooster. Hey, is Phil Coy going to be there? Did you invite Phil Coy? Haven't seen Phil Coy since my 10-year high school reunion. Beefcake jerky baseball cap. Oh, come on, Sam. That's a good hat, man.
The Cookie Kahuna.
He's famous. He's Amos.
Famous.
He's famous Amos. Wally. He likes to be called Wally Amos, but he's famous. So you can just call him, hey, you're famous Amos.
Okay, they moved out Jessica.
What the?
What's going on?
Where the? How in the?
She went till 5, then they moved her out.
Okay, that's not cool, dude. Who do I talk to? Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, bummer. Sorry to hear that, man. I haven't seen Phil in forever either. So I'm taking you didn't invite him. I didn't ask what location he was at, Rooster. Come on.
If you're you have an opportunity to go outside, the Jupiter-Mars conjunction is
I've heard it both ways, Chris.
pretty spectacular right now.
Just watch out for Uranus.
Just saying.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Sanchez, what is up? Welcome in. Rooster, Jonathan, Sam, RK, Travis, Kemper, and Jolene. Yeah, Kemper, did you hear Storyteller yesterday? Because it was late in the show.
Yeah, he's in section 18 or row 18.
Is it 18?
Row 18, something like that.
Storyteller is in row 18.
Says your mic is down. Talk.
Can you hear me?
I hear you fine.
All right.
Oh, he's talking about this one, maybe. I don't know.
But I wasn't used to
I know, but yeah.
Oh, okay. Nobody can't see it.
I know. I was going to say, you can't see that.
Travis, what do you mean by my mic is down? I'm hearing you ambient.
Huh?
Chris, mic check. Jonathan saying the same thing?
Try it now.
This is Chris. Do you hear me now? Do you see my levels moving?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
I
8, 9,
fixed
10. That's good. Okay.
I fixed it.
Well, good. You guys just saved the
whole show.
the morning of the show. Thank you.
Stand by, Chris.
Yeah, Kemper, we need a photo of Storyteller. Got to
Yeah.
and ask him about the 10 books. And get his name so we can look up his books on Amazon. When the moon is in the 7th house and Jupiter aligns with Mars, then peace will guide the planets and love will steer the stars. This is the dawning of San Antonio's first news. 4 days until the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, 26 days until the first debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. 21 days until Taylor Swift's boyfriend opens up the NFL season against the Kansas City Chiefs. 77 days until Halloween and 82 days until the 2024 election. What could possibly go wrong? Charity McCurdy, you saw it this morning.
Oh, wait. Now she is.
I mean, it wouldn't be San Antonio's first news if my mic wasn't on the very first time. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
we can
blame
talk
Nico
about that.
LaHood. I think Nico LaHood comes in here in his suspenders and he screws things up. That's a theory. I could be wrong.
Yes, but I did. I saw this amazing display of Mars and Jupiter in the sky. I got your early morning text at about 2:30, Chris, and so my eyes were peeled.
Yes.
The skies were clear, and all is right with the world.
Woo!
Yeah, the skies were clear today.
Yeah, I texted Charity at like 2:30 in the morning.
I got mine at 2:45.
It's like
but
the
okay.
last 2 days, she's not seen it.
Yes,
So I was getting concerned.
I was a little concerned.
But it still looks pretty amazing. They're a little further apart than yesterday, but still very, very close.
You forgot to mention the new look, Travis Kelce.
That's right.
He's got a new look.
Have you seen Charity, the new look? He's growing his hair out for
Yes.
Taylor.
By request of Taylor Swift, and apparently Mahomes was trying to get him to do it for a long time, but it wasn't until Tay-Tay came in the mix and said, "Hey, you should do this." Did Travis go with the new look?
Smart man.
Mhm.
Do you, as a woman, do you like the new look?
It's going to take some getting used to. I don't know how long it'll last. I mean, it gets pretty hot under that helmet, so we'll see.
Yeah, he does.
And here we go, a second season, and they said it wouldn't last.
I
Travis
know.
and Tay-Tay.
So do they get married this season or after the season?
I hear that they're
all.
already married. There's rumors that they're already married. And then I
Wow.
heard they're not going to officially get married until they work out the prenup thing. There's a lot of money between those two.
That could take
Yeah.
a while.
Yeah.
Taylor's lawyers are going to, that's going to be a multi-page document.
Yes.
Mhm.
Absolutely. All right. Well, let's get this party started with traffic and weather together.
Lots of sunshine and a few clouds today, tomorrow, and on Saturday. 100 today, 101 tomorrow, 102 on Saturday. It is 77 degrees in New Braunfels, 80 at Fort Sam Houston, and 79 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 512.
San Antonio's first news. Planets are aligning and big concerts the next 2 nights in San Antonio. Tonight, Barry Manilow at the Frost Bank Center. Tomorrow night, Journey, Steve Miller Band, and Def Leppard at the Alamo Dome.
Yes.
It is big times in San Antonio.
So exciting. I wish I had the energy to attend both concerts, or the memes, I should say. But yeah, it's going to be an exciting time.
Well, I want photos because, Storyteller is
Yes.
sitting in row 18, and Kemper and Jolene and Bob and Cindy are sitting,
And Ted and
You know,
Alice, yes.
and Ted and Alice are sitting in row 27. And a lot of these people, we've obviously we've seen Kemper, we've seen Bob and Cindy, but I don't know what Storyteller looks like, or Jolene for that matter. I want photos, Charity.
Oh, I feel like, there's so much magic that could happen that night. Potential lifelong friendships made. We don't know.
And
Could this be magic?
Bell is, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Could this be magic?
Could it be magic?
That's it.
Come on. Come on. Could it be magic? God, I
Yeah.
love Barry Manilow. Bell, who's a regular listener,
Yes.
has won tickets as well.
Yes.
So-
And so we would expect a report from everybody.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we hope to get those reports tomorrow. And again, for people who are new to the show, we're always getting new listeners. How did this work out, Charity? So Bob won the ticket.
No,
right?
actually, Cindy won the ticket.
Cindy won the ticket.
And she said she would take, she wanted Bob to go.
Okay.
So we said, why don't you guys go together? We reached out to both of them, made that love connection on the air right here. Well, we don't know if it's a love yet, but
we don't know.
we made the connection right here. And so they're going to the show together.
So as early as tomorrow morning, Charity, we should be getting now we want from each of them because
Yes.
there's two sides to the story. Bob and Cindy, we would like to know how the first date with Barry Manilow went.
No pressure or anything.
No.
I mean, they have dinner, I think, also
Yes.
in the mix. That's going to be a long first date. So I hope they have a lot in common.
See, I would have probably reached out to her before the show to, meet someplace to get to know her a little bit better
preemptive
before.
date.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
a pre-date.
Yes.
Yes.
That would have been a
test
good
drive.
move.
Yeah, test drive. There you go.
Test drive. Wow. Is that what they're calling it now?
That's what the
Okay.
kids say.
But
Yeah.
I remember, and the two of you must remember, you mentioned, Charity, a long date, the Barry Manilow concert and dinner. Remember when you were single, a date that like in the first 10 minutes, you
You
sat
knew.
down with this, but you go, oh my God, this is
What am I going to do for the
how
next
am I
hour?
going to get out of this one without really offending? This is not going to work. Ugh.
Yeah, well, let's just hope they have a glass of wine at dinner.
And we're not just
bottle.
Hopefully it all works out.
I'm sure.
It will.
Okay.
I have faith.
We should know tomorrow.
Barry will bring them together.
He will.
Exactly.
They'll be dancing in the aisles
It's gonna
together. It'll be
romance
great.
everywhere. Bob's going to have to be beating off the ladies with a stick. He's going to have to use his high karate. It's going to be amazing.
I'm sorry, but yeah.
Thank you. You've got that kind of mind, Tim. You've got that kind of mind. Maybe this is a good time for a break. WOAI News Time, 5:16. Kind of hard to do, actually.
Me and Charity. Oh God, the look she gave. I could not
Sick
stop
human
laughing,
being.
man.
You're a sick human being.
Woo! Hell yeah.
They're just doing the cowboy story.
Oh, see, they're so far behind us.
What are they, the Express News?
Oh God, Travis says we owe him a new keyboard with that one.
Kemper, the show went south in under 20 minutes.
Oh.
Yeah, it took about 16. Woo!
Wow. Oh,
Sick of pollen, welcome in.
sick of Holland.
Sick of pollen.
It's officially off the rails, and they all love it. I love it. Hey, she's back. Oh, wait. Okay. That side. Over there. Oh, they had to stand up over.
Okay. You got to
I know.
quicker.
I know. Oh, God, that was funny as hell. Good morning, Margaret.
Margaret, welcome in.
Yeah, that was funny. I checked, Chris. We still have a license. We're good.
Yes.
It's before 6 o'clock. We're fine.
Thank you very much.
Wow. Mm. New record. 17 minutes. Yeah.
16.
16, yes. Get it right when you go in the Guinness Book of Records. You have
The
to know.
previous record was 17.
And that was held by. Ay, ay, ay. Oof. I didn't get a RIP from Charlie on Gina or Famous Amos.
Maybe he got a phone call and he was,
Still brooding.
or maybe he found out that Tangi Patton would like him to do a segment on good taste with Tangi.
Yeah, that would be hard to do. Just gonna toss it to her, right? Right, toss it to her.
Say again?
She's gonna throw it to her.
Yeah.
Hey, commercial-free yacht rock all weekend long.
Woo! Or as I call it, Sirius XM.
Ooh.
And again, just another. How long have we been doing Yacht Rock Tuesdays?
Man, it's been a while.
But now
I know. They're catching up.
Yeah.
Stand by.
Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. And then we will discuss an icon, a cookie icon has passed away. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Donald Trump rallied in North Carolina while his running mate, J.D. Vance, says he expects to debate Tim Walz in October. Another inmate death is under investigation at the Bexar County Jail, and the funding plan has been revealed for the San Antonio Mission's new baseball stadium. We'll have details coming up right now, traffic and weather together.
It's going to be hot. Just how hot? We welcome in News 4 San Antonio meteorologist Jeanette Calle. Good morning, Jeanette. Thanks, Jeanette. 78 degrees here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 522.
San Antonio's first news. She's Charity McCurdy. He's Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell. Charlie Parker will be along with Those Were the Days at 6:48. He will join us in studio at 8:20. Andrew Zimmel flying the Millennium Falcon and also manning the YouTube stream. Lots of cool peeps on board with us on YouTube. Look for 1200 WOAI. And Charity McCurdy, he was an American icon. He had an incredible American life. He is associated certainly with cookies. A very big name has left us.
Yeah, Wally Amos of Famous Amos has died at the age of 88 due to dementia. But I think everybody has had a Famous Amos cookie. I know I've seen them in vending machines growing up. Amazing man, amazing story too. When you think about how it was his aunt's homemade recipe, apparently, that he adopted and made famous. And he apparently ended up selling the company in the late 1980s, but he still dedicated his life to making the perfect cookie and said that it was baked with love. That was the secret ingredient.
It was very good.
Mm-hmm.
I love me some Famous Amos cookies. Started out working in a mailroom for William Morris, the talent agency, and worked his way up to become the first black talent agent. Handled Marvin Gaye, The Temptations, Sam Cooke, and Simon and Garfunkel.
Wow.
What an incredible life he led, and just became synonymous with cookies in America with Famous Amos cookies. And we were talking about this before the show this morning. It got us to talking about cookies. And what's your favorite cookie? What's your go-to cookie? Let's go around the horn. Charity McCurdy, what is your favorite and or go-to cookie?
It's Easy Lace cookies. It basically
Here
tastes.
we go. Is this somebody
cookie
okay.
snob
I've
too?
never heard of
Cookie
this.
elitist.
Yes.
Okay, here we go.
Are they
Do you
organic?
get these in Beverly Hills? Where do you get these?
They come in a gold box.
I can't believe y'all. Expand your cookie horizons, okay?
Why?
Try it. Lace cookies are very thin, crunchy. They're made from butter, sugar, salt. They taste like a sweet brown butter and caramel. And you add some chocolate in there.
Ooh,
It's heaven in your mouth. Try
my
it
goodness.
before you knock it and call me an elitist. Yes.
Okay.
I'm not going to knock it.
No, Chris, I'm chocolate chip all the way.
Chocolate chip all the
Yeah.
way. My crack is Thin Mints, Girl Scout
Oh,
cookies. The
man.
Girl Scout cookie, I will eat a sleeve at a time. I've considered chopping them up and snorting them, but I think that may be going too far.
Just a little.
Just
Yeah.
too far.
Mhm.
So, Charity, we want to know who everybody's favorite and or go-to cookie is. How do they get us that information?
The free iHeartRadio app. You search 1200 WOAI. Look for that red circle. That's the talkback button. Once you see it, hit it. 30 seconds. Let us know your favorite cookie and why.
Coming up, Charity, with everything you need to know at the bottom of the hour. Then at 5:40, it might be on a debate between Tim Walz and JD Vance. We'll tell you what we know about that coming up. WOAI News Time, 5:25.
And we're back.
Wow.
Wow.
See, Charity says heaven in your mouth, and nobody says it. I was gentleman enough to let that go. I didn't go, excuse me? What did you say? No, I let that go.
Wow. Butter cookies are good. Oreo. Oh, yeah. Now we're
Do
talking.
Oreo, thank you.
Oh. Thin Mints in the freezer are good, man.
Ooh, tomorrow is Elvis Death Day,
That's right.
and tonight's the Candlelight Vigil.
Damn
I
it.
just thought of that. I've watched that on streaming. It's
yeah. It's
so cool.
amazing, isn't it?
very moving. I got to double check. Oh,
Peanut butter cookies. All right.
I'm forwarding you Pags.
Okay.
Uh,
Wow. Oh. I have audio for Vance debate. Walt's debate. It's JD Vance, actually.
Okay.
Pretty sure it is. Hang on.
where did I put
Yeah, Vance. JD Vance.
JD Vance audio. Okay.
Yep. Okay. That was hilarious, dude. God. Hilarious, dude. Going off the rails on this crazy train, people. Home of the Sig Hauer smile.
Did I send you Pags? This is the draft. Did I not send that?
I haven't gotten it, no.
Wow. That's when I sent it.
I don't know.
Send that again. Forward. I'm losing my mind.
The mind is a terrible thing to lose.
Pags for Thursday.
Thursday.
There's that.
I got it.
Cool.
It's here now, Chris.
Cool.
Wow.
Nicole Valdez.
Okay. He's going to start off with the hunger for real information, and then he'll have Megyn Kelly on.
Megyn Kelly on Pags.
The Megyn Kelly.
Wow.
You gotta love Steve from Lytle, man. Okay, if they knocked out power in Puerto Rico, how are they doing their live hit? Are they taking somebody's generator to do this? I don't know. Who's she?
Nicole Valdez.
Oh, hello.
I got to stretch.
Yeah, it's time for charity. Everybody
Yeah.
enjoy charity.
Give me some chair.
.531 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Donald Trump talks policy in North Carolina, and a fight is brewing over guns at the Texas State Fair. We'll have details, first traffic, and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday, partly cloudy, a high near 101. Tonight's low near 78. Right now, 80 degrees. Former President Trump delivered remarks on the economy in Asheville, North Carolina yesterday, vowing to reverse issues raised by illegal immigration.
If Kamala wins, you will have mass amnesty and citizenship for all of the Biden-Harris illegals that poured into our country. If I win, you will have the largest deportation operation in American history, starting at noon on Inauguration Day, 2025.
Trump trails Harris by just more than 1 point, according to the Real Clear Politics poll average. Meantime, President Biden and Harris are back on the road. Fox's Ryan Schmelz has a preview.
It's the first trip together for the commander-in-chief and the Democratic Party nominee since President Biden made the decision to step aside. The two will head to Maryland to discuss the progress in lowering costs at a non-campaign event. Inflation fell in July to the lowest level in more than 3 years, according to the latest Consumer Price Index. President Biden and Vice President Harris did appear briefly together at Joint Base Andrews to welcome home a group of American hostages released back into U.S. custody. In Washington, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
Well, it looks like not all border crossers in South Texas are surrendering. There's an alarming spike in federal agents being attacked by illegal immigrants.
Apprehensions have gone down about 37% compared to last year. We still are seeing high trend on agents that are getting assaulted.
Spokesman Orlando Marrero says since the start of the fiscal year, 66 Border Patrol agents in the El Paso sector have been assaulted. That's already inching to last year's total. In addition to fights with illegal immigrants, agents have been hit with rocks and bottles and even bitten. Ceasefire negotiations over the war in Gaza continue in Qatar today amid fears of new fighting in the Middle East after the killing of Hamas's top political leader. Fox's Trey Yingst has more.
Ceasefire talks are set to resume in Qatar as the Middle East waits for an agreement. This meeting is largely seen as a high-stakes, last-ditch effort to reach a deal and end the war in Gaza. We do know overnight Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu gave his negotiating team a wider mandate to bring to the table, though analysts remain pessimistic about the possibility of success. From Israel, the heads of intelligence agencies, the Shin Bet and Mossad, will be part of the team, along with a top advisor to the prime minister. While the Americans, Egyptians, and Qataris will be there, it's unknown if Hamas will participate.
There's the possibility of a three-phase agreement, which could see several dozen hostages released and more support for the vulnerable Palestinian population affected by the war. A Texas federal judge is expanding on a ruling in June that struck down the Biden administration rules to increase protections for LGBTQ students. Judge Reed O'Connor ruled that the administration had acted illegally in interpreting Title IX to ban discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation or gender identity. O'Connor said the administration's action had usurped congressional authority. The new ruling preempts any future education department action along similar lines. Well, there will be rides and deep fried foods at this year's Texas State Fair, but no guns. Now the state's attorney general plans to fight it.
For years, the Texas State Fair allowed legal gun owners to have their weapons at the event. But after a gunman shot 3 people last year, Carissa Condoyanis with the fair's public relations said,
"We are removing that exception, and you cannot conceal or open carry on the fairgrounds moving forward."
Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton says he'll sue the city of Dallas over that. He claims legal gun carriers cannot be kept from having their weapons on grounds owned or leased by the government. He's given the city about 2 weeks before he files suit. The fair opens September 27th, runs for 24 days, and drew more than 2 million people last year. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
The new owners of the San Antonio Missions baseball team are making a pitch for a downtown ballpark, and so far it's a home run. Mayor Ron Nierenberg says the key is that it will not be built using public funds.
We're looking at a framework that's innovative, that protects San Antonio taxpayers.
The $160 million stadium would be funded by private investment, including $1 million annual payments by the team. Well, Bexar County Precinct 2 is investigating the death of another inmate at the county jail. Deputies say the 30-year-old inmate was pronounced dead at 1:20 yesterday in a cell at the Bexar County Adult Detention Center. A preliminary investigation suggests a possible suicide. It is the second inmate death at the jail in 2 days and the third since July 30th. It is 5:37 now with breaking crime news from around the country. Here's Nancy Grace. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, a check of your money in the world of business. We say good morning to Ed Corey live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
Sure.
Rooster, we just listened to your talk back. You are officially back on the Mount Rushmore. Very, very funny. We'll play that at 50. 550, 552.
Yeah, 550-ish.
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 It was outstanding. It was hilarious.
It was pretty damn good.
It was one of the more laugh
Stand
out
by.
louds. San Antonio's first news. She is Charity McCurdy. That's Mr. T. Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell. Charlie Parker at 6:48 with Those Were the Days. He'll be in studio at 8:20. Andrew Zimmel doing the heavy lifting, flying the Millennium Falcon solo and manning the YouTube stream. Go check us out on YouTube. Rooster is in there right now. In fact, we got a talk back from Rooster we'll play before this half hour is concluded. Look for 1200 WOAI on YouTube. Well, yesterday, CBS News posted on X that it was inviting J.D. Vance and Tim Walz to participate in a vice presidential debate in New York City. It proposed 5 possible dates: September 17th, September 24th, October 1st, and October 8th. Then Tim Walz reposted that X tweet, if you want to call it that, and said, "See you on October 1st, JD." Now, JD Vance has not yet publicly committed to that October 1st debate, but he did speak with Laura Ingraham on Fox News.
I strongly suspect we're going to be there on October the 1st, but we're not going to do one of these fake debates, Laura, where they don't actually have an audience there, where they don't actually set the parameters in the right way, where you can have a good exchange of ideas. In other words, we're not going to walk into a fake news media garbage debate. We're going to do a real debate, and if CBS agrees to it, then certainly we'll do it.
Wow. So, Charity, we learned there that a debate without an audience is a fake garbage debate.
Okay. So it sounds like they have a lot to work out. You know, JD Vance wants to have a decision in the moderators and the rules. And of course, as you mentioned, that real audience. It sounds like it won't be as easy as we think it will be to have this vice presidential debate. I think between Trump and Harris and Walz and Vance, I don't know which debate will be nastier, to be honest with you.
I just want to see a debate. I mean, come on. The people need to see this. I mean, we're just now learning a little bit more about Tim Walz. J.D. Vance, we know a little bit more about, but we need to see them in action to decide. If you're not decided yet, this is big.
Yeah, and, again, this looks like it's a very close race right now.
Yeah.
It will probably be a very close race for the next 82 days until the 2024 election. I got to believe that both of these candidates, and right now it sure sounds like J.D. Vance is the one who wants to set a lot of parameters and get things the way he wants them, which makes sense. In any negotiation,
Mm-hmm.
you come to the table and you say, I want this, and this, and you might have 10 things you want, and maybe you'll get 5 or 6 of them or 4 of them. But as one of these dates, in this case, it looks like October 1st gets closer. It'll be interesting to see, we've said this before, who blinks.
It's just frustrating that this is the new normal now when it comes to trying to agree on a debate. It's not just the date anymore. It's all these other stipulations, which I understand, because if you're J.D. Vance, walking in to a news network that you think is left-leaning, I think you want to protect yourself and make sure that everything's fair. The environment is fair. But again, it's just the losers in this is the American people.
Yeah, and that's the unfortunate part. The losers are the American people. So you think there'll just be the one debate on the vice presidential side, or will there be as many as 3 or 4?
There's usually just one.
Yeah.
Typically, it's been, 3 for the presidents
And
and
one
1 for the vice presidents.
Well, Vance said he wants to debate Walz more than once. I don't know if he's just saying that or that's his true intention. I guess we'll have to wait and see.
But he wants to real debate him more than once.
Yes,
not fake
no
debate him.
fake garbage debates.
Yeah, no fake debates, man.
We want an audience, and preferably a MAGA
And
audience.
shouldn't there be a faux debate, not fake?
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
Well, fake is,
I know.
a better term, generally. But faux debate, yeah, could happen. We'll talk about faux cookies coming up. We're asking you about your go-to cookie in honor of the late, great, famous Amos, who just passed away. We'll go to your talkbacks. And you can always take your talkbacks wherever you want to take them. Rooster just
Oh,
did that.
boy, did he.
You'll hear that before the top of the hour.
Boy, did he.
Flashback coming up. We will go back in time, but how far back will we go? We'll figure it out, we hope. Coming up, WOAI News Time, 545.
And we're back.
And if it's National Dog Month, shouldn't Snoop Dogg be
Amen.
involved in
Amen.
the festivities?
Snoop Dogg should be involved in everything, apparently. Murder was the case that they gave me. Oh, great. Here comes Andrew. Was Andy out on remote yesterday? Because usually it's Andy. On which one? All of them, or just the one that we use? Shit. What happens when you hang it up?
Hang it up and then I get a call back.
So how did Ed get through?
I hung it up and he called me.
Oh, okay. No, I didn't see it.
So he called me and he said, "Hey, I can't get on." I hung up and then he called immediately. Connected before.
See, we used to be able to actually go into the unit and unplug it and plug it back in, would stop all this, but like I said, you used to.
I recorded his last hit just in case.
Okay. Have you tried closing that program down and reopening and that didn't work? You tried rebooting that computer. Can you?
I don't think
It's somebody that's doing this. Enjoy, Kemper. Thanks for picking up donuts for everybody.
Kemper walking away.
Yeah.
Kemper.
Have fun tonight.
We would like
Wang
to see
Chung tonight.
We would like to see a photo of Bob and Cindy.
Yeah, and
We
Ted
would like to
Nallis.
see a photo of the storyteller, and certainly Jolene.
Yes.
And you.
Yes. And if you're taking orders for donuts, just plain glazed for me is fine.
So what? She's taking donut orders?
She's picking up donuts for her
Oh,
employees.
for her employee.
Yeah, we don't count, Chris. Come on.
Oh, there we go.
Hello. Come on, get that dog out of there. Yeah, we've seen dogs before. She's a little
The
thing.
Neanderthal is amused.
Yeah, he is. Well, he's thinking, that dog looks tasty.
I take him back to cave.
I club him.
I cook him in cave.
Oh, Kemper says she's going to post some photos on Instagram tonight.
Outstanding. Kemper, we will then probably grab those and put those on our social media.
And Kemper, make sure you listen to the radio. Rooster has a very special talkback coming up at 5:50 for you.
5:50-ish, very shortly. Yeah, you don't want to miss it.
You do not want to miss it. Bob, I will call you after the show. I've got another idea for you, so I'll call you after the show.
What if there was a double love connection?
Oh, my God. That would be
Bob and Cindy,
Ted Nallis,
Kemper and Storyteller.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, that's right. Astros win streak at 8 now.
Oh, my. Is it 8 or 7?
8.
Somebody posted 7.
I believe I heard
8
8 this morning.
I will take 8.
I believe it was 8.
One way to find out. Baseball standings. And our survey says you are correct. 8. Yes. Hottest team in baseball.
Yep.
I should wear Astros gear.
And we can go to 58.
58, okay. It is time to go back in time. But what year will we land in? We will try to figure it out. You try to figure it out. Let's play flashback.
Ding.
No.
Ding.
Oh, no. Mr. T, you're a huge Destiny's Child. Bootylicious was your anthem.
That was big.
back in the
That was
day.
big. That was big.
What year would you like?
I'll go with 2001, Chris.
Oh, one Charity.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
That was a very bootylicious year,
It
as I
was.
recall.
It was.
I'll go with 01 too. Mr. T,
Yep.
he is bootylicious, is he not?
Woo.
I'm just speculating.
Woo.
Drop it like it's hot tea.
I just dropped it.
Charity, you got to hear Rooster's talk back.
Yes.
Stick around for that.
Okay.
Charity, what stories are you tracking?
Former President Trump laid out his plans for the economy if he's elected to the White House in November. Senior officials from the U.S. and the Middle East are hoping for a breakthrough today in Gaza's ceasefire negotiations. And another Mexican airliner will soon be flying nonstops between San Antonio and Monterrey. We'll have details coming up right now. Traffic and weather together.
Lots of sunshine today, tomorrow, and on Saturday. A few clouds each day, but it will be hot. 100 today, 101 tomorrow, 102 on Saturday. 79 degrees at the Snake Farm, 79 in Livernia, and 79 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 552.
San Antonio's first news. He's Mr. T, Tim Merriman. She's Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. We're going to get to Talkback's, Charity, about cookies in honor of the passing of famous Amos at the age of 88. We're asking you your favorite cookie. But our first Talkback is from Rooster. And for new listeners, we probably should set up. Tonight is the Barry Manilow concert, Charity, and Bob and Cindy are listeners to the show. And Cindy won Barry Manilow tickets, but she said, I want to go with Bob. And we brought him in studio, and they're going on a date tonight. And I do believe, Charity, that Rooster will reference that. And Kemper's friend Jolene will be sitting in the very same row, apparently.
Yeah, potential love in the air, potential love connections, courtesy of San Antonio's First News. I mean, you got to love that. We're hoping maybe in addition to listeners providing their all-time favorite cookie, maybe, I don't know, guys, maybe they can provide some first date tips for Bob and Cindy. What do you think?
I like that.
I like that.
I like that.
First date tips.
I like that.
And maybe
First thing,
combine-
Bob.
maybe bring cookies
Yes.
on your first date.
First thing,
Oh.
Bob, always open the door for her. It
There you go.
works. Trust me on that one.
Okay,
Mhm.
so this Rooster will be referencing Bob and Cindy's date tonight at the Barry Manilow concert.
So here is Rooster.
Hey, good morning, Tim, Chris, Charity. Happy Friday Eve. It's Rooster. This one's for Bob and Cindy. Tonight's the night. Gonna be all right because oh, wait a minute. That's Rod Stewart. That's not Barry. Okay, I got this one as well. Jolene, 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 Jolene. Please don't take Bob from Cindy tonight because you can. Jolene.
Wow.
Wow, well, Rooster he kind of can hold a tune there. I'm
Not
impressed.
bad.
Yeah.
He
Not
nailed
bad.
Jolene.
Wow. What?
Yes.
You did what?
No, he nailed the song,
Okay.
Jolene.
Shoot.
My God.
I know.
Mr.
Second
T,
time this
Your mind is in the
I know.
gutter.
Come on,
Your
Chris.
mind is in the gutter all morning long. It's just wrong. And it's going to be interesting tomorrow
I
because
know.
Kemper and Jolene in the same row
It's
with
gonna
Bob
be-
and Cindy.
There's gonna be stories.
And I mean, with Barry Manilow singing, women go wild.
And
Women go
the
wild.
storyteller can recap it.
Yes, he can tell the story.
Exactly.
Uh-huh.
Exactly.
I
So you
just-
want to hear about some on cookies?
I do.
Okay. Well, here's Fred.
Good morning, this is Fred. My favorite cookie is oatmeal raisin or just plain old oatmeal cookies with a big old tall glass of cold milk. Now we're talking.
Amen.
My grandmother made some killer oatmeal cookies.
Man.
I miss those as a kid.
Yeah, my grandmother did too, but for some reason, every time we reached in the cookie jar and grabbed one out, they were kind of stale. I think she, over time, she forgot to replenish or freshen up the batch. That's when the old school cookie jars that would
Amen.
just sit there.
Amen.
My
My grandmother used
Grandma.
to make when we go down there for Christmas, go to East Texas to go see my grandmother. We walk in, the cookie jar would be full of her famous sugar cookies, and they were awesome.
Nice. Very nice.
Awesome. All right, here's another one. I said there's another one.
Good morning.
Thank you.
My favorite cookie is a Boston Square. It's made with sorghum and good old-fashioned sorghum. So everyone have a great day. It's beautiful weather and stay cool. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Bye.
Amen.
That's
Boston
the sound
Square.
mom. Sound mom. Is
Yes.
who that is.
And if you do go outside, go look at Jupiter and Mars. It's
Yeah.
to the east before sunrise, like right now. Would be a good time.
All right, got time to check in with our favorite school teacher?
Yes.
Here we go.
Hey guys, Stephen from Lotto. My favorite cookie, I was about to say chocolate chip with pecan, which I do love, but last year my wife made some homemade peanut butter cookies, and those were the best I've ever had. So I would say homemade peanut butter. Hey, do y'all know why the baby cookie was so sad? Because his mother was away for so long. I was going to start an online bakery, but I accidentally deleted all my cookies. Y'all have an amazing crumbly day.
Okay, I was going to start an online bakery, but I deleted all
my cookies.
Very
Well, let's
nice.
hear from RK real quick.
Very nice. I don't accept cookies.
Oh, yeah, I hear you.
RK here. Yeah, after thinking I'm going to have to go with the ding dong. This kind of reflects my psyche. Anyway, everybody have a beautiful ding dongless day. Bye, y'all.
Okay, now I need a judge's ruling here, Charity. Is a ding dong a cookie or a cake?
I think it's more like a pastry kind of.
Ding dong.
Yeah, I don't consider that a cookie.
It's not a cookie. It's not a cake. It's a ding dong.
But I will say, if RK says it's a cookie, a ding dong is a cookie.
But it said it does reflect his psyche, so that works.
Yeah. So we do not.
Well,
I'm sure
judges-
ding dong cookies exist.
I don't know about that.
We'll
I'm
have
a
to check.
ding dong expert, and I say
think
no.
of hostess ding dongs when I
Yes,
think of,
that's what
okay.
they are.
Yeah. But I am not going to contradict RK.
No.
On these radio
No.
airwaves.
Don't you dare.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Love RK. All right. Coming up, Charity at the top of the hour with all the big stories that you need to know about. Ernesto is now a hurricane, could be a Cat 3. It'll be one of our topics coming up in the 6 o'clock hour. WOAI News Time, 5:59. RK writes, hey, Leave my ding dong alone. RK,
Not touching your
Hands-
ding dong, brother.
hands off your ding dong. Sickapolin. There are ding dong cookies. Sickapolin confirms
I have never seen
there
them.
are ding dong cookies you can make.
Oh, you can make. Okay.
Margaret. Rooster, can you please sing at my quinceañera? Very funny. Very funny.
At 6 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Donald Trump holds a North Carolina rally and a VP debate is on the calendar. Details coming up. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday, partly cloudy, a high near 101. Tonight's low in the upper 70s. Right now, 80 degrees. Ahead of Vice President Kamala Harris unveiling her policy platform, former President Trump talked about his economic agenda in North Carolina yesterday. Fox's Gernal Scott has more on Decision 2024.
Former President Trump told a crowd in Nashville that an executive order will come if he wins in November, directing every one of his cabinet heads
to use every tool and authority at their disposal to defeat inflation and to bring consumer prices rapidly down.
He did continue to criticize Vice President Harris on border and energy policies as well, but mostly talked about the economy, which is what more voters in a new Fox News poll said could influence their decision this fall. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Well, Ohio Senator and GOP VP candidate J.D. Vance told Fox's Laura Ingraham that he's up for debate with Minnesota Governor Tim Walz.
We're certainly going to debate Tim Walz. We just heard about this thing 3 hours ago, so we're going to talk to them and figure out when we can debate. I actually think we should do more than one debate, so hopefully we're going to see him on October 1st, but hopefully we're going to see him either before or after that, because I think it's important for the American people to actually see us discuss our views.
The debate has been proposed by CBS News for October 1st, although the date is tentative. Trump and Harris are set to face off on September 10th. A man suspected of shooting and killing 2 dogs over the weekend is in the hospital after shooting himself yesterday. San Antonio police say the 45-year-old suspect shot himself as officers tried to serve a search warrant at an apartment complex near North Star Mall. He was hospitalized in critical condition. He's suspected of shooting a husky and a German Shepherd puppy a few blocks apart in a Northside neighborhood late Saturday night. Well, the start of school in Texas has reignited the debate over teacher pay. Beth Myers reports.
The average Texas teacher earns a little over $62,000 a year.
And that's up about 15%, while the inflation was up about 24% statewide.
Kelvy Oser with the Texas Education Agency says that means teachers are earning less now than they did 10 years ago. And she says it's worse in rural areas. There is talk in the state legislature of proposing an across-the-board $2,000 bonus for teacher retention. I'm Beth Myers, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Another Mexican airliner will soon be flying nonstop between San Antonio and Monterrey. Volaris announced that it'll launch daily nonstop flights year-round from San Antonio International Airport to Monterrey International Airport starting November 3rd. Flights of both ends depart and arrive in the morning hours. The low-cost carrier also provides service to Guadalajara and Mexico City. San Antonians can also fly to Monterrey on Viva Aerobus up to 3 times every day. Well, professional baseball may soon be coming to the San Antonio Riverwalk. Michael Board has a story.
The new owners of the San Antonio Missions are making a pitch for a downtown ballpark, and so far it's a home run. Mayor Ron Nirenberg says the key is that it'll be funded by private investment.
The Missions Owners Group are making a big investment in downtown San Antonio. Through the increment off of that investment, we're producing a ballpark.
The $160 million stadium would be surrounded by apartments, hotels, restaurants, and stores in the northwest corner of downtown. The plan, laid out before council this week, shows a 4,500-seat ballpark that could also be used for festivals and high school graduations. Michael Board, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Bexar County officials plan to step up efforts against the mosquito population after 2 of them tested positive for West Nile virus. The infected mosquitoes were found in unincorporated areas of the east and west sides of the county. Public works crews are fogging county parks and rights of way and are concentrating on areas where the mosquitoes tested positive. Well, actress Gina Rowlands, known for her role as the older Allie in 2004's The Notebook, has died at the age of 94 after a battle with dementia.
I don't know why, but it makes me feel sad. I remember now. It was us.
Rowlands was a 4-time Emmy and 2-time Golden Globe winner. It is 6:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy, traffic and weather coming up.
And we're back.
Woohoo!
Will Smith wants to know why Charity is all by herself and not with you guys, not with us.
William, that's it's just the way it's set up. She's in a news studio.
She's actually in a completely different zip code.
Yeah, she's way across the other side of the building, just the way it's set up. During breaks in here, there's often a lot of activity going on here, and she needs to be locked in a
soundproof booth.
Soundproof booth. In a mayonnaise jar outside Funk and Wagnall's porch since noon today. So anyway, there's that. Bobby, welcome in. RK, Tim, William, Rooster. Rooster, very, very funny talk back.
Don't stop.
SCUCISD. What is SCUCISD? Like we're supposed to know.
South Central Universal City? I don't know.
South Carolina?
I don't
know.
Mm-mm. It's here.
Yeah.
Shirt Cibolo Universal City.
Okay. Shirts. Okay.
Yeah.
Not all of us know your little acronyms, Ken Spy.
Charities and protection from kidnappers.
True. She's in a heavily fortified studio, so people can't just come and kidnap her. They don't care about.
Yeah, we actually have to put some buzzer, and she has to buzz us in to get into her studio if we want to walk in there and talk to her. So yeah,
we're just chopped liver.
Come for the chopped liver, stay for the eye candy.
Yes.
It's cool that Will Smith is in here.
Yeah,
kind of cool.
Although ever since he
slapped
Chris Rock,
yeah.
I've been less of a fan.
You know, he used to come out with a summer blockbuster, and ever since he slapped Chris Rock, man, not so much.
I think it has affected his career.
I think so too. Stand by, Chris.
Okay. San Antonio's first news, big 6 o'clock hour, 6:40. White House correspondent John Decker on the joint appearance being held today by Kamala Harris and President Joe Biden. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days at 6:48. We're continuing to get your favorite cookie, your talkbacks, as we honor the passing of famous Amos, who was very famous for his cookies. And coming up, Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton has sent a letter of warning to the city of Dallas over its new state fair firearms policy. They were going to try to, or they are trying to ban firearms from the Texas State Fair. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton will sue. He says that's an infringement over Second Amendment rights. We'll talk about that coming right up. But first, your traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies with a few clouds today, tomorrow, and on Saturday, and hot. Highs 100 today, 101 tomorrow, 102 on Saturday, 79 degrees in Castroville, 80 in Helotes, and 79 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 6:12.
San Antonio's first news. We are on YouTube. Go to YouTube, look for 1200 WOAI. You can find us. Well, last year, at the Texas State Fair, there were some shootings. So the organizers and the city of Dallas have decided to have a new state fair firearms policy, and it would ban guns for anyone except retired and current peace officers. Well, Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton sent a letter of warning to the city of Dallas yesterday, giving them 15 days to correct their course, as he says, or he will cede them in court. Charity McCurdy.
Yeah, Paxton says this new policy to ban guns violates state law and unlawfully infringes on Second Amendment rights. And as you mentioned, the State Fair decided to do this after a shooting in the food court last October, wounded 3 people. And the gunman claimed that he was defending his family, which is why he fired the shots. But I'm good with, licensed and retired peace officers being allowed to carry guns inside the state fair. It's going to be a tricky topic to try to navigate because, again, this is one of those things where it's property owned or leased by the government. So that's why the state AG is saying this violates state law. But I understand the state fair officials' intentions for safety. But again, people do have the right to defend themselves.
Yeah, but the safety part, though, because you think about this. You're at a state fair. You're on a Ferris wheel or something. You're on a tilt-a-whirl. What happens if your gun falls out? I mean,
it's holstered.
Yeah, but still, people don't always, do the right things when they're out in public and things. And look, do you really need your gun at the state fair? That's what it really comes down to.
And yet, on the other hand, if indeed there was a mass shooting at the Texas State Fair and firearms were prohibited for regular civilians who otherwise might have an opportunity to carry a firearm, then they're going to say, see, if more good guys had weapons, maybe they would have taken out the shooter or shooters. Charity, like you said, this is a tough one.
It's a very tough one.
Especially because it's on state property and this is the law.
I'm interested to know the screening process for state fair attendees going into the venue, how they're going to check. I pat everyone down to make sure they're not carrying.
God.
Yeah.
Yeah, that you talk about just holding up the lines. I mean, I guess metal detectors would be the other thing they would have to do. I mean,
And I think Paxton's probably going to win this
one. He will, because where it's at and everything that's going on. But my question is, why do you need to take your gun to a state fair? That's just me.
It's a reasonable question. And isn't there a lot of alcohol consumed at the Texas State Fair?
When I go there,
that's part of the, you got a lot of people armed.
I know.
And a lot of people getting drunk and maybe getting angry.
And not making the best decisions is what you're saying?
So it's, I don't know. Could be a very, very interesting mix, and we'll continue to track this story. And certainly there is the Second Amendment, there is Texas state law, and going to be very, very interesting. I got a feeling Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton will ultimately prevail. Either the city of Dallas will change its position or he's taking this thing to court. Lots more coming up, and we want to hear from you. Famous Amos has passed away, made famous for his cookies. What's your favorite cookie? That and more coming up.
And also, if you want to add a tip for Bob and Cindy's first date, you can go ahead and do that too.
Our listeners, Bob and Cindy, tonight going to the Barry Manilow concert. It's their first date. We're looking for first date tips as well.
Just trying to help, man.
If you combine dating tips with cookies, you get extra credit. You don't have to do that, though. WOAI News Time, 6:16.
And we're back.
Hey, everybody.
Aaron Judge, fastest to 300 home runs.
My laptop battery is going away. Where's my... There it is.
Have a good one, Bob. I will call you later on today, man. What time's your mail come? Just put up a message real quick and I will call you. I'll call you anyway, but please do.
Yeah, I hope your mail delivers the goods today, Bob.
She's going to toss it to her since we're late.
Sure.
Hang on. Let me give you an out time so we get to John Decker on time. 25, brother. Wait, no. 25, 29. 25 works.
25?
Yeah.
Send that message.
This is the dawning of the age of Aquarius.
What a great tune. And
No
in fact,
kidding.
it goes into Let the Sun Shine.
Yeah.
In. It was an outstanding tune. It is and was. I don't like it. It was stupid.
Stand by.
Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you tracking?
Ohio Senator and GOP VP candidate J.D. Vance says he's open to debating Tim Walz more than once. Donald Trump rallied in North Carolina yesterday as Kamala Harris plans to bring her campaign there tomorrow. And a new lawsuit challenges Texas' near total ban on abortions. We'll have the latest right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies, a few clouds today, tomorrow, and on Saturday, and hot. 100 today, 101 tomorrow, 102 on Saturday. 77 degrees in New Braunfels, 79 in Alamo Heights, 79 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 622.
San Antonio's first news. Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days at 6:48. Before that, at 6:40, White House correspondent John Decker, going to be a joint appearance between President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris later today. We'll get the 411 on that. We're asking you on the Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app on the morning that we learn that Famous Amos has passed away. Wally Amos of Famous Amos Cookies. We're asking you, what's your favorite cookie, among other things? Mr. T, what do we got?
We got Kemper.
Wanted to say a big thank you to First News for giving me the opportunity tonight to see the legend Barry Manilow. As far as cookies, I love to bake. My family loves my homemade chocolate chip, brownies, Rice Krispie treats, molasses chewies, and my best memories are of making homemade sugar cookies and decorating them with my 4 daughters. Have a great day and eat some cookies.
Okay.
Another great one from Kemper.
Yes, yes. All right, let's check out Tabmaster.
Good morning, WOAI team. Tabmaster here. My favorite cookie would be the oatmeal raisin. Goes great with coffee in the morning. And hey, a little message out to the rooster. Dude, don't quit your day job. Seriously, man, don't. Remember, we got to work this weekend, man. Hey, y'all have a great day.
Tough crowd. We liked Rooster's rendition of Jolene. Come on, man.
He has some pipes on him.
He does. He does. All right, let's go out to that sleepy little town down around San Antonio.
Hey, this is Carol from China Grove, and my thing is I'm sort of like the Cookie Monster. All cookies are great. It's just some are a little better than others, but my favorite is chocolate chip.
So she's never met a cookie she didn't like. I
I'm with-
love that.
Yeah, Carol, very, very good. Coming up, White House correspondent John Decker on a joint appearance coming up today. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, what we can expect. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days at 6:48. More of your talkbacks as well. WOAI News Time, 6:25.
And we're back.
Hey, everybody. Rooster shots fired.
No kidding.
Tabmaster went after Rooster's singing prowess.
Yeah, that went cool. Thought he did a good job.
I thought he was outstanding. And that comes from a guy who sang Copacabana
That's
on
true.
stage at the Josephine Theater.
Ah, Josephine.
Hemisphere Park curfew being considered. Was there an issue? There's
I guess so, man.
nefarious activity going on at Hemisphere
Well,
Park.
it is downtown.
Jeff
It is
Leopard
downtown.
Park and Ride.
Yeah. But what I don't get, it doesn't start till 4 and the gates open at 4.
And what about Journey and Steve Miller Band?
Yeah, exactly. Margaret, you are right on the HEB pecan shortbreads. Oh, they're awesome.
Like I've told you the story. I was at the Coliseum years ago to see the Rolling Stones.
Mhm.
The opening act was Guns N' Roses. My
Oh,
niece,
God.
Carrie, comes up to me. Uncle Chris, I didn't know you were coming to the Guns N' Roses concert. I'm not. I'm here for the Rolling Stones concert.
Oh, that's great. You know what ticked me off about Guns N' Roses, other than them being 2 hours late to their show in Austin? They do, Knocking on Heaven's Door, and they wanted to thank Bob Dylan for writing this song for them. Get out of here, dude. You're covering.
For them.
Yeah, for them.
Well, at the Coliseum that night, Axl Rose went on like a 20-minute rant. Somebody, he was dating Stephanie Seymour.
Right.
Somebody like hit on her. I forget it, some celebrity. I don't know who it was. Let's assume Warren Beatty, but I don't know who it was.
Yeah.
But he was like 20 minutes, like that MFer.
Oh,
it was like 20, and I'm going, really?
Yeah.
This is what we paid to see.
He is psycho, dude.
Please bring the Rolling Stones on stage.
Yeah, they were so late. The only good thing about that show is Brian May Band opened for him, the guy from Queen.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Wow.
Oh my God.
I thought it was Brian May Band.
No, the Brian May
The Brian
Band.
May
Yeah.
Band.
But
May Band.
the dude could play, man. Man, he was good. He was good.
Margaret, Bobby, Tommy, Travis, Rooster, Tim.
And that was the day that I swore I'd never go see Guns N' Roses ever again.
I believe that was the only time I accidentally saw Guns N' Roses.
Well-
only because they happened to be on the bill.
Yeah, it wasn't their fault, right?
And in 1981, I did not go, but I was in proximity because USC's right
Uh-huh.
next to the Coliseum. There was a Rolling Stones show, and it could have been 79 because he was already big by 81. Anyway, the opening act, a guitar player came out kind of dressed in lingerie. He was booed off the stage
Really?
by Rolling Stones fans.
Who was it?
Prince.
Oh.
Prince at the LA College. It couldn't have been 81 because the 1999
Wow.
album was out. So it must have been earlier. But famously, and I'll try to find that story.
Wow.
somewhere, he was booed off the stage.
That's unfortunate because
Yeah.
I saw Prince the night after we went and saw Kiss at the Verizon Wireless Amphitheater. I sat next to Charity and Pamela.
Yeah.
And went to go see Prince the very next night at the AT&T Center. One of the best shows I've ever seen, man. And we're sitting on the aisle, right? I'm sitting on the aisle, and he's in the round. He's in the middle. And I mean, straight down the road, we're not very far from him at all. Thank you, Nate Lundy gave us those tickets, by the way.
Thank you, Nate Lundy.
Yeah, and
Thank you for firing me. Also, Nate Lundy. Not that I'm bitter.
but man, what a show! My God, he played everything but the damn drums or the horns. No, he did play drums. He didn't play the horns. That's the only thing. That's the only instrument he did not play. And the dude could, man, he was good. It was a great show. It was a great show. I was surprised. All right, here comes Charity, everybody.
.30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Donald Trump talks policy in North Carolina, and a fight is brewing over guns at the Texas State Fair. Details coming up. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday, partly cloudy, a high near 101. Tonight's low in the upper 70s. Right now, 80 degrees. Former President Trump delivered remarks on the economy in Asheville, North Carolina yesterday, vowing to reverse issues raised by illegal immigration.
If Kamala wins, you will have mass amnesty and citizenship for all of the Biden-Harris illegals that poured into our country. If I win, you will have the largest deportation operation in American history, starting at noon on Inauguration Day, 2025.
Meantime, Ohio Senator and GOP VP candidate J.D. Vance said he would like to debate Minnesota Governor and Democratic VP candidate Tim Walz more than once. After Walz agreed to take part in a proposed CBS News debate in October, Vance said on Fox News that he strongly suspects he would also attend. Vance also says he wants a real debate that involves looking at moderators, discussing rules, and having a real audience. Meantime, President Biden and VP Kamala Harris are back on the road. Here's Fox's Ryan Schmelz.
It's the first trip together for the commander-in-chief and the Democratic Party nominee since President Biden made the decision to step aside. The two will head to Maryland to discuss the progress in lowering cost at a non-campaign event. Inflation fell in July to the lowest level in more than 3 years, according to the latest Consumer Price Index. President Biden and Vice President Harris did appear briefly together at Joint Base Andrews to welcome home a group of American hostages released back into U.S. custody. In Washington, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
Well, not all border crossers in South Texas are surrendering. There's an alarming spike in federal agents being attacked by illegal immigrants.
Apprehensions have gone down about 37% compared to last year. We still are seeing high trend on agents that are getting assaulted.
Spokesman Orlando Marrero says since the start of the fiscal year, 66 Border Patrol agents in the El Paso sector have been assaulted. That's already inching to last year's total. Well, a news lawsuit is challenging Texas's near total ban on abortions. 2 women are suing after the doctors refused to treat their ectopic pregnancies in Texas. The lawsuit argues that the physicians refused to perform even protected abortions because they were intimidated by the risk they could be jailed for violating the state's abortion ban. Well, ceasefire negotiations over the war in Gaza continue in Qatar today amid fears of new fighting in the Middle East after the killing of Hamas's top political leader. Here's Fox's Trey Yingst.
Ceasefire talks are set to resume in Qatar as the Middle East waits for an agreement. This meeting is largely seen as a high-stakes, last-ditch effort to reach a deal and end the war in Gaza. We do know overnight Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu gave his negotiating team a wider mandate to bring to the table, though analysts remain pessimistic about the possibility of success. From Israel, the heads of intelligence agencies, the Shin Bet and Mossad, will be part of the team, along with a top advisor to the prime minister. While the Americans, Egyptians, and Qataris will be there, it's unknown if Hamas will participate.
Well, a Texas federal judge is expanding on a ruling in June that struck down the Biden administration rules to increase protections for LGBTQ students. Judge Reed O'Connor ruled that the administration had acted illegally in interpreting Title IX to ban discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation or gender identity. O'Connor said the administration's action had usurped congressional authority. The new ruling preempts any future education department action along similar lines. Well, there will be rides and deep fried foods at this year's Texas State Fair, but no guns. And now the state's attorney general plans to fight it. Here's Fox's Gernal Scott.
For years, the Texas State Fair allowed legal gun owners to have their weapons at the event. But after a gunman shot 3 people last year, Carissa Condoyanis with the fair's public relations said,
"We are removing that exception, and you cannot conceal or open carry on the fairgrounds moving forward."
Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton says he'll sue the city of Dallas over that. He claims legal gun carriers cannot be kept from having their weapons on grounds owned or leased by the government. He's given the city about 2 weeks before he files suit. The fair opens September 27th, runs for 24 days, and drew more than 2 million people last year. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
The new owners of the San Antonio Missions baseball team are making a pitch for downtown ballpark, and so far it is a home run. Mayor Nierenberg says the key is that it will not be built using public funds.
We're looking at a framework that's innovative, that protects San Antonio taxpayers.
The $160 million stadium would be funded by private investment, including $1 million annual payments by the team. The owners want to build apartments, hotels, restaurants, and stores in the northwest corner of downtown. The plan laid out before council this week shows a 4,500-seat stadium that could also be used for festivals and high school graduations. Bexar County Precinct 2 is investigating the death of another inmate at the county jail. Deputies say the 30-year-old inmate was pronounced dead around 1:20 Wednesday afternoon in a cell at the Bexar County Adult Detention Center. A preliminary investigation suggests a possible suicide. It is the second inmate death at the jail in 2 days and the third since July 30th. Well, the man who was once America's Cookie King, Wally Amos, also known as Famous Amos, has died at the age of 88.
Wally Amos died at his home in Honolulu, reportedly due to complications of dementia. Amos worked his way up from the mailroom at the William Morris Agency in Los Angeles, where he became the industry's first Black talent agent. He would often bake his Aunt Della's chocolate chip cookies as a hobby, and with help from celebrity investors like Marvin Gaye, he launched his first Famous Amos store in 1975. 7 years later, his cookies were bringing in $12 million a year, but by 1988, he hit financial troubles and sold the company. He later sold baked goods under other names, including Uncle No Name and the Cookie Kahuna. Jill Nato, Fox News.
It is 6:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, a check of your money and the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news. She's Charity McCurdy. He is Mr. T, Tim Merriman. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days coming up at 6:48. But let's talk Decision 2024 right now. John Decker, White House correspondent, attorney, member of the Supreme Court Bar, tracking both campaigns, the Trump campaign and the Harris campaign. And John, a big day today for the Harris campaign. It'll be the first time she is officially campaigning with President Joe Biden. How should that play out?
Well, it's not deemed as a campaign event. It's called an official event, meaning that this is not being paid for by the Harris campaign. They're not going to likely mention Donald Trump by name. But what they're going to do, according to the White House, is deliver remarks on the progress that the White House says they're making to lower costs for the American people. I think they're going to announce additional prescription drugs that the administration is bringing down the cost of for those on fixed incomes. And that's one of the issues that they've really concentrated on during the course of the Biden-Harris's 3.5+ years in office. This event will take place in suburban Maryland. And I think this is one of the few times we're actually going to see Joe Biden and Kamala Harris on the same stage at the same time in the same place between now and November the 5th. I would not expect to see your campaigning much at all with Joe Biden during the remainder of this presidential campaign.
Yeah, John, and I think of next week's appearance, the Democratic National Convention for Biden will have to be a little tough considering up until last month, he was the presumptive nominee for the party. Do you think that might be a little awkward?
Yeah, it's going to be awkward, but that will take place on Monday night. And we'll talk more about that, as we gear up for our coverage of the DNC. It'll be on Monday night, and Joe Biden will get an enormous standing ovation because, let's face it, Democrats were really depressed just over 6 weeks ago when they thought that Joe Biden was going to be the nominee for the party in the aftermath of that disastrous debate performance. But as you know, he withdrew from the race, threw his support behind his vice president, and she has gotten a lot of momentum, and Democrats now feel confident. So they're thankful for him for taking that really unusual step. Last time we've seen something like that happen, you'd have to go all the way back to the 60s with Lyndon Johnson. So he's going to get a huge amount of applause. He's not staying the week in Chicago. He's actually going to take some vacation time out in California during the course of the DNC, but he'll be the leadoff hitter, so to speak, Monday night in Chicago.
And you mentioned it's not a campaign event because it's not being paid for by campaign funds. Are we paying for it, and even though they are talking about campaign stuff?
Well, any time that the president travels, with the exception of when he travels for political reasons, like a fundraiser, for instance, the public is paying for that. I don't know if you're going to hear Donald Trump's name mentioned by either Trump or Harris. I don't think it really would be appropriate if they're doing this as an official event. But you never know. They're not going to take any questions. Tomorrow, however, Kamala Harris, and we'll talk about this tomorrow, she is doing an event in which she will deliver an economic speech 2 days after Donald Trump gave his own economic speech, also in the state of North Carolina. This will be in Raleigh, North Carolina. Don't know if she'll take questions. I would love to see her take questions in the sense that she hasn't really taken any questions since she has taken on this new role as the standard bearer for the Democratic Party this November.
And why do you think that is, John, strategically? And you've covered the presidency going all the way back to the Clinton administration. Certainly the other side, Trump and Vance, are saying, hey, nobody's able to ask you questions. There's no sit-down interviews. But what do you think the thinking is on the part of the Harris team to have gone so long without a sit-down interview or a major press conference?
Well, I think from their perspective, why mess with a good thing? They've had momentum. They want to keep that momentum going. There's always the risk of a misstep, a miscue, misspeaking. And you'd probably, if you look back as it relates to any president who's running for re-election, or in this case, this is a vice president hoping to succeed President Joe Biden, you would probably find very few times in which they've done interviews, which is not to excuse it. I want to see Kamala Harris take all questions, sit down with a major news anchor from a cable or broadcast network, even do what Donald Trump did last week and what he's going to do today, which is have a full-scale press conference. I think that's what the public expects. And, if they want to be the commander-in-chief, if they want to be president, they should be able to take some tough questions from the press corps as it relates to their run for the presidency.
He is a big part of our Decision 2024 coverage. White House correspondent and attorney John Decker, as we are 82 days away from the 2024 election. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days coming right up. WOAI News Time 645.
And we're back.
RK, if you're in here, we've got your talk back coming up at about 5:54-ish.
Ish.
Give or take.
Ish.
Ishtar. Warren Beatty and Dustin Hoffman in Ishtar.
You should sing to Tabmaster all day today, Rooster, since you're working together.
Rooster, I am very disappointed in Tabmaster's disparaging your singing. Just wrong.
EJ gone. But she's here. Why is she doing dogs, man? Come on. She looks like such a little thing there, doesn't she? She like 4 feet tall.
True.
So, Rooster, you're working with them all weekend too, but you're not taking them on your honeymoon, are you? Just kidding. Meredith Doby. And we're back.
All right. Travis, Rooster, RK. We're about to hear RK on the radio.
Yeah.
Cindy Cox. I have friends in MA. Is that Massachusetts?
Yes, it is.
That order 10 boxes every time they come out. It costs me more to mail than to buy.
Yeah.
Funny.
That would be Girl Scout cookies, I would imagine.
HEB Hatch Chili Lime Cream Cookies are awesome.
Yep.
Seasonal, though. She's
That's
probably
what she's
talking about the HEB
those.
Hatch Chili.
Those
chili
are
lime.
good.
I've never had them.
They are good.
Are they good?
Yes. They were giving out samples one day in Floresville, and I tasted one. They were pretty damn good. Didn't buy any. I don't know why. But I didn't. That does not sound. Hello. Say hello to my little friend. Ah.
Donald Trump rallied in North Carolina while his running mate J.D. Vance says he expects to debate Tim Walz in October. A 16-year-old is hospitalized after being shot 3 times in an East Side drive-by shooting. And victims' families say they were blindsided by the release of new body cam footage of the Uvalde school shooting. We'll have the latest right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies with a few clouds today, tomorrow, and on Saturday. Highs today, 100, 101 tomorrow, 102 on Saturday. 80 degrees at the Snake Farm, 79 in Von Ormy, and 79 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 6:54.
Why did you chuckle when you said Snake Farm?
Because I just laugh every time I say Snake Farm. Because I know the urban legend.
The urban legend, Charity.
Yes.
We
It's
have
just
no
an urban
evidence.
legend. Yeah.
But do they have any school field trips to the Snake Farm? You know, I wonder.
I never took a field. I would have loved as a kid to have gone to the Snake Farm.
I went as a kid, and it was fun.
Now, the big one for us was the Butter Crust Bakery
Oh,
on
I
Broadway.
love that.
Was that still a thing, Charity, when you were in elementary school?
No, no, that was not,
man.
at least not offered at Randolph Elementary.
You got to
so-
eat some warm bread. You
Got the
some of
pencil,
the batter would
yes.
fly out of the bread machine. You'd eat the raw batter. That probably wasn't good for kids, but I did it.
Is that mechanical billboard still there off of
no,
San
they
Pedro?
finally took it down.
I
Oh,
love
that's
that billboard.
heartbreaking.
It is heartbreaking.
Butter crust.
The smell of the bread cooking was just fantastic.
Yes. You could drive by there on
Oh, I know.
Broadway. You'd smell
Yeah.
the bread.
Yeah.
Very, very cool.
I miss those days.
Yes. We digress. The talk back today, we got to go in a couple of ways. Famous Amos has passed away of Famous Amos Cookies, Wally Amos. And in honor of Wally Amos, we're asking you your favorite cookie. We're also asking you, it's a big night for San Antonio's First News. Our first ever love connection.
We hope.
But we hope. Bob and we've got multiple possible love connections.
That's true.
Bob and Cindy, though, they're the main ones going to see Barry Manilow tonight. So we're also, as one of the questions for you this morning, any first date tips?
Yes. Yes. And here we go. We'll start with our favorite, RK.
RK here. Well, my tip is, well, good luck with that. Nah, just kidding. Y'all have a beautiful Barry Manilow evening. And we'll see you in the morning, hopefully. Bye, y'all.
When they're doing their walk of shame, why would we see them in the morning? You know, what's going on?
I hope there's a walk of shame.
Yeah.
That means it was a successful night,
Yes.
right?
Wow,
I mean,
the
yeah.
sun is already up.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Whoa.
Just
that's-
walking out
That's
of
a
it.
great show.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you, Barry.
All right. Let's check in with Corn Fed.
Good morning. This is Corn Fed. Cookies are like a first date. If it doesn't go well, you never see it again. But if it does go well, you always go back because it makes you happy. So the best cookie you could possibly get is the ice molasses cookie from Nagling's.
From Nagler's, yes.
Ah, that sounds
I
delicious.
have not had one of those.
Yeah, they're very good.
There's
They're
a lot
very
of
good.
cookies I gotta figure out and catch up to.
All right, let's go out to Spring Branch.
Good morning, First News. Greatest news team ever. This is John up in Spring Branch. I'd like to say my favorite cookies were from my place in New York, an Italian bakery called the Flippies. They had the greatest Italian cookies. But what I really want to say is please, people, stay out of the left lane. It's a passing lane only. Congratulations to San Antonio for making this fast lane the slow lane. Thank you.
First of all, John, the check is in the mail. He has something nice to say about
definitely.
us. But I love also, talks about Italian cookies, and then uses it as a public service announcement. Get
Yes.
the heck out of the left lane.
Well, he's right, though.
He is right. That drives me crazy.
It does.
When somebody is really, really, really slow in the left lane.
Yes. Yes, I wish they would just move over.
Yes.
Because it is for passing and or for faster cars, people that are driving faster.
Yes.
And I don't understand why people park in that lane and go 50.
No.
I don't get
They
it.
just don't know. And there's a thing called road rage, people. If
Yes,
you're
there
in
is.
that lane going slowly, you don't want to get involved with somebody who might be raging.
Yeah, you don't want that at all. Trust me. You
Very
don't want
true.
that. Yeah.
Speaking of raging, and Charity, it's a big topic, and I know we're going to get into it more, and you've been reporting on it. The Texas State Fair banning, for the moment, banning weapons, firearms for civilians at the Texas State Fair in the aftermath of that shooting. 3 people shot in an incident at the Texas State Fair a year ago. Ken Paxton, the AG, threatening to sue over Second Amendment rights. Going to be very, very interesting to see how this plays out.
It really will be. And I'm curious to know what state fair officials were planning as far as ensuring that no one was bringing a handgun into the venue. But Paxton is basically saying that license to carry holders cannot be prevented from carrying a firearm on property that is owned or leased by the government unless otherwise prevented by some sort of state statute. But that's according to Texas law. So I have a feeling that Paxton may end up winning this. I don't think the city of Dallas wants to get into this legal battle, and they only have about 2 weeks to reverse their policy.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough time. If they wanted to do this, they should have done this, right after last year's state fair and try to get it working. But I don't think they're going to have time.
It sounds like Paxton's got the state law on his side.
We'll keep an eye on it. That's for
It's going
sure.
to be fascinating. And then even whoever prevails in this, it's going to be very fascinating over the many, many days of the Texas State Fair to see if any gun violence happens.
Let's hope not.
Yeah, pray to God it does not. All right, lots more coming up. Coming up on a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This at 7:10. We'll listen in to former President Donald Trump at his rally in North Carolina last night. Charity McCurdy right now with everything you need to know on this Thursday morning. WOAI News Time is 7 o'clock.
Seven o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Donald Trump holds a North Carolina rally and a VP debate. Looks like it's on the calendar. Details coming up. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday, partly cloudy, a high near 101. Tonight's low in the upper 70s. Right now, 80 degrees. Well, former President Trump rallied in North Carolina yesterday in the midst of a tight White House race. Fox's Gernal Scott has more on Decision 2024.
Former President Trump told supporters in Asheville he thinks Vice President Kamala Harris in the Oval Office is something to fear.
You don't have to imagine what a Harris presidency would look like. You're living through the misery right now, except it will get worse.
Again, he joked about the Harris policy stances and how you've not heard them yet.
She's waiting for me to announce it so she can copy it.
Vice President Harris says she will unveil her policies perhaps this week. The former president won North Carolina in 2016 and 2020. The last Democrat to win the state, former President Obama in 2008. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Meantime, Ohio Senator and GOP VP candidate J.D. Vance told Fox's Laura Ingraham that he's up for debate with Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, the Democratic presidential candidate.
We're certainly going to debate Tim Walz. We just heard about this thing 3 hours ago, so we're going to talk to them and figure out when we can debate. I actually think we should do more than one debate, so hopefully we're going to see him on October 1st, but hopefully we're going to see him either before or after that, because I think it's important for the American people to actually see us discuss our views.
And Walz is the Democratic VP candidate. And the debate has been proposed by CBS News for October 1st in New York City, although the date is tentative. Trump and Harris are set to face off on September 10th. Americans are sharing their thoughts on the race for the White House, the candidates, and the issues in a new Fox News poll. Here's Fox's Kristen Goodwin.
According to a Fox News poll of more than 1,100 U.S. voters, 38% say the economy is the most important issue in their vote for president, followed by immigration and abortion, tied at 14%. 52% say they trust former President Trump to handle the economy, while 56% trust Harris on abortion. 52% of those polled see former President Trump as a strong leader, a 5% lead over Harris, while 48% see Harris as honest and trustworthy, a 7% lead over the former president. 74% of voters calling it extremely or very important to have debates between the two presidential nominees. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
A man suspected of shooting and killing 2 dogs over the weekend is in the hospital after shooting himself. SAPD says the 45-year-old suspect shot himself as officers tried to serve a search warrant at an apartment complex near North Star Mall yesterday. He's hospitalized in critical condition. He's suspected of shooting a husky and a German Shepherd puppy a few blocks apart in a Northside neighborhood late Saturday night. Well, newly unearthed police body cam footage from the Robb Elementary shooting is reopening old wounds and hurting families that are still recovering from the tragedy.
It's like the scab just keeps getting larger and wider and more hurtful.
Jesse Rizzo, uncle of victim Jackie Casares, tells News 4 he and the other families were blindsided by the revelation of new footage and were upset that they found out when everybody else did. Rizzo says with this new information, the families want to see the book thrown at former Uvalde Police Chief Daniel Rodriguez and anyone else responsible, whether intentional or not.
Is it going to bring further criminal charges? I certainly hope so.
However, Brett Cross, guardian of victim Uzziah Garcia, says they're not holding their breath. Eric Lankum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Another Mexican airliner will soon be flying nonstop between San Antonio and Monterrey. Volaris announced that it'll launch daily nonstop flights year-round from San Antonio International Airport to Monterrey International Airport starting November 3rd. Flights at both ends will depart and arrive in the morning hours. The low-cost carrier also provides service to Guadalajara and Mexico City. San Antonians can also fly to Monterrey on Viva Aerobus up to 3 times every day. Professional baseball may soon be coming to the San Antonio Riverwalk. Michael Board reports.
The new owners of the San Antonio Missions are making a pitch for a downtown ballpark, and so far it's a home run. Mayor Ron Nirenberg says the key is that it'll be funded by private investment.
The Missions Owners Group are making a big investment in downtown San Antonio. Through the increment off of that investment, we're producing a ballpark.
The $160 million stadium would be surrounded by apartments, hotels, restaurants, and stores in the northwest corner of downtown. The plan, laid out before council this week, shows a 4,500-seat ballpark that could also be used for festivals and high school graduations. Michael Board, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Well, actress Gina Rowlands, known for her role as the older Allie in the 2004 movie The Notebook, has died at the age of 94 after a battle with dementia.
I don't know why, but it makes me feel sad. I remember now. It was us.
Rowlands was a 4-time Emmy and 2-time Golden Globe winner. It is 7:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news, Mr. T, Tim Merriman, Charity McCurdy, Charlie Parker in the building. He'll be with us at 8:20. He would like to discuss customer service. We'll dive into that with Charlie. I'm Chris Duell, EJ Pacheco, and Andrew Zimmel flying the Millennium Falcon. Big 7 o'clock hour, 7:20. Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. His thoughts on the morning's big stories. National correspondent Rory O'Neill to preview a Donald Trump press conference, which will happen today. There are new polling numbers that the former president is expected to react to. And we're also asking you, after the passing of famous Amos, Wally Amos, what's your favorite cookie? You can give us that on the Talkback feature. But coming right up on a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This, we'll listen in to former President Donald Trump at his rally in North Carolina yesterday. But first, your traffic and weather together.
Lots of sunshine, few clouds today, tomorrow, and on Saturday, and hot. Highs 100 today, 101 tomorrow, 102 on Saturday. It is 79 degrees in Floresville, 80 at the Pearl, and 78 right here in Stone Oak. WOEI News Time 710.
San Antonio's first news. Every weekday morning at this time, we span the globe to bring you the constant variety of audio. And we are also your Decision 2024 headquarters, just 82 days away from the 2024 election. So it makes total sense that we span the globe to North Carolina, where yesterday former President Donald Trump was holding a rally. Let's listen in.
Kamala Harris wants to talk about her fantasies, and they are everything she says. If I say something, she said that's what she's going to do too. I say, what are you doing? But she wants to talk for the future about these fantasies. But really what she needs to explain is the present suffering that she's caused along with Joe Biden. And by the way, they're a team. You know, she's trying to throw him overboard. She doesn't want to know who he is anymore. She doesn't want to talk about him anymore. She says, let's not bring this guy in. Let's not bring him in. No, they were a team. He appointed her as border czar, and she did the worst job in the history of borders, I will tell you. Does anyone here feel richer under Kamala Harris than Crooked Joe, than you were during the Trump administration? Is anything less expensive under Kamala Harris and Crooked Joe? I mean, we had inflation that I don't believe we've ever had inflation like that. You can go back a long way. Are you better off now with Harris and Biden than you were with a person named President Donald J. Trump? Do you know him? He's a nice gentleman. Nice gentleman. With 4 more years of Harris, your finances will never recover. They're never going to recover. Our country will never recover. Frankly, more importantly, it will be unrecoverable. Vote Trump and your incomes will soar. Your savings will grow. Young people will be able to afford a home. And we will bring back the American dream bigger, better, and stronger than ever before.
Former President Donald Trump at a rally yesterday in Asheville, North Carolina. By the way, at 8:10, we'll speak with a correspondent who was there in the arena. iHeartMedia talk show host Mark Starling will join us at 8:10. But Charity, the former president said something there that I think he should be saying more of. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago when I was president? We've said this a lot, as opposed to the personal attacks. I think when he's on policy, I think it's more of a winning strategy for him.
It really is, and it draws the biggest applause lines from rally attendees. And a question that the former president continues to ask is, Kamala Harris has all these great ideas and solutions for fixing inflation, the economy, but where has she been the last 3.5 years? She had power on some level to make these changes, and now, why now? So I think that's his best bet, is sticking to policy. But again, he continues to stray off script and go after Kamala Harris, her laugh, other insults, calling her crazy. So I think that's where he might turn off some undecided voters. And I'm sure that's what the campaign doesn't want him to do, is stray from talking policy. But we'll see if he's able to regain his footing with this race so close.
So close. And look, we're getting closer and closer to it, which means he's going to be out on the road more, making more appearances. And if his handlers want him to stick on topic, they need to really hammer him on that, because I think that's what will help him more than, the name callings and the making fun of her. I think that might be getting a little old for some people.
And we're going to get a preview of just that, Mr. T, later today. Former President Donald Trump expected to hold a news conference. National correspondent Rory O'Neill will join us with a preview of that Trump news conference at 7:40. Coming up shortly, coming right up at 7:20, Mike Opelka of the Pure Opelka podcast, his thoughts on the morning's big stories. Before that, though, we'll get you caught up on headlines, traffic, weather, and more. WOAI News Time, 7:15.
And we're back.
Hey, everybody.
Good morning, everybody.
Jacob C. Hernandez. I think people need to be told that it's okay to vote for Trump. So many are about optics and can't reconcile the person he is sometimes. Yeah, Jacob.
That's him, though. He's got to stick.
Yeah.
He's got to stick to policies.
Well, and again, because that's one of the messages, I think, that Trump
Amen,
supporters are trying to say, hey, you may not like him all the way. And I think somebody said that recently about him. It might have been Nikki Haley said, you don't have to love everything about him or like everything about him, but are the majority of his policies things that you would support and things that would be helpful to you and your family?
Yep.
So there is that. EN, welcome in. SWAT Cats, Tommy Miller. Headphones. I guess they all use those headphones.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was thinking he was an on-air guy.
No, that's the guy from used to work over there. Yeah. She didn't get one? That's a shame. Once again, these guys should have been...
Are you going to forward it to both of them?
I guess I could do that. Once again, our...
Yeah. 7:17.
Mm-hmm. And Andrew...
Good morning, Tommy, Tim, Jacob, EN. Now, is it EN Express News or is it Sigma Nu? It could be Sigma Nu. SWAT Cats, Tommy Miller, Travis, Cindy Cox. Grew up in Houston, had Mrs. Baird's Bakery.
And Imperial Sugar.
Very nice.
Just remember the Buttercrust book covers. Remember those?
The book covers, the pencils?
Yeah, the pencils.
The gingham, the TV commercials?
Yes, we used to take the Buttercrust and take out the ER and the K, so it would say Butt Rust.
I remember that.
And all my books had that on there. Yes. Good morning, Margaret.
Good morning, Margaret. Everybody else who's in here, I know not everybody says hello in the chat. That's okay. If we see you in the chat, though, we tend to give you a shout out.
Oh,
29 people in here. So there's a lot of you we don't know your name, but thanks for hanging out with us. We appreciate it. Charlie Parker will be in here in the 8 o'clock hour.
I guess he couldn't get through. Stand by.
Okay. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, then Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast, his take on the morning's big stories. Speaking of the big stories, Charity McCurdy, which ones are you following?
Well, former President Trump laid out his plans for the economy if he's elected in November at a rally yesterday in North Carolina. Senior officials from the U.S. and the Middle East are hoping for a breakthrough today in Gaza's ceasefire negotiations. And another Mexican airliner will soon be flying nonstop between San Antonio and Monterrey. We'll have details coming up right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies with a few clouds today, tomorrow, and on Saturday. Highs today 100, 101 tomorrow, 102 on Saturday. 79 degrees at Trinity University, 79 at Fort Sam Houston, 78 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 721.
San Antonio's first news, speaking of Trinity University, which Mr. T just cited, Mike Opelka coming back to Trinity University on October 24th. We are working on OpelkaCon. And Mike, we certainly expect, by the way, Mike brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. Mike, we're certainly expect the unveiling of the Mike Opelka statue at Trinity University. Any updates on that yet?
Yeah, it's going to be happening in the dining hall where most of the madness happened, and it's going to be all butter. It's going to be a butter carving of the cake.
Butter.
Yeah, and if the air conditioning breaks, then I'll disappear.
Perfect. I just got to know, are you going to be in shorts? What's the outfit you're going to be wearing for this butter statue?
Charity, I wanted to say it's like George Costanza's Christmas card, but I don't want to scare the children. I really didn't want to scare the children at this point.
The children?
A butter bust, as it were.
Love it.
You'll love a butter bust.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so the first VP debate may happen on October 1st, but will there be more than one?
Well, J.D. Vance wants more than one. And I would expect Tim Walz would too, because he's a pretty cocky guy. He's pretty confident in his abilities, his record, etc. The first one will be on CBS, and if we get a second one, I'm not sure if it's going to be held on Twitter X, which I think would be interesting.
Yes.
I think Elon Musk would like that. But October 1st, and Vance has kind of conditionally agreed to it as long as there are no shenanigans, no tomfoolery, if you will, from CBS. We don't know what tomfoolery or shenanigans are yet.
So, Mike, what is going on with Robert F. Kennedy Jr.? He seemed to be aligning himself with Donald Trump. We had the video of the phone call from Trump. Now we're hearing reports that he wanted to, trade his campaign for a cabinet post with Kamala Harris. What is his deal?
Chris, you got to look at it this way. I don't have a snowball's chance in hell of getting on all the ballots. So I'm doing whatever I can to sell myself to one of these idiots. Yeah, it is. I'm working on my Kennedy impression.
Nice. It's getting there.
Thank you. The reality is Kennedy's waking up to the reality we all knew about a year ago, that he doesn't really have a chance to, get on every state ballot. He's already been excluded from New York. He's not on half the ballots yet. So he's really just a proctological nuisance at this point to both campaigns, and he's trying to sell himself out. And for those of you who figured out what a proctological
Yes.
nuisance is, good for you.
And Mike, with polls showing the race just neck and neck right now, what does Trump need to do the next 81 days? What would be your advice?
I think he's doing, as of yesterday, if you watched him in North Carolina yesterday, I think Donald Trump is doing exactly what he needs to do. He needs to come out with a strong, positive message as opposed to down talking so much of what's going on in the country. People know where the pain is. People understand how bad their personal economies are. But when he comes out and says the stuff that he said last night or yesterday, it was late afternoon, I don't think he loses. I think he comes out with, I'll give you just a little sample. I'd say, Mr. Trump, keep doing this.
We don't hear it, Mike.
Oh, you can't hear it.
Yeah,
He
we
said
didn't hear it.
everyone will prosper. Yeah, he was saying everyone will prosper, every family will thrive, and we'll be safe again, we'll be strong again. And this is the way I think Trump wins, if he goes with a positive message of what he's going to do and what his policies will do in terms of returning America to that good spot.
I agree with that. So we lost Wally, famous Amos. So we're asking our listeners, and I'm going to ask you, what's your go-to cookie?
Oh, mine is, I hate to sound snooty. This was from a company in the Hamptons when we spent
Oh,
weekends in the Hamptons with the Underbite family. Yes. There's a company called Tate's, Tates, that makes just an incredible cookie. It's they make either a great chocolate chip or an oatmeal raisin. And yeah, we're Tatesaholics. We always have to have Tates somewhere in the house. I liked Wally Amos for his message and his story and his inspiration. I was never a big fan of the cookie. It was always too small.
Yeah, they are too small.
for me.
Yeah.
You can get more Mike Opelka from his Pure Opelka podcast. Get it wherever you get your podcasts. We recommend the free iHeart Radio app. Another episode will drop this morning. Be sure to check it out. He's brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. And since Opelka loves Tate's cookies, I apologize to Charity for calling her a cookie elitist earlier this morning. I sincerely
What were those called again?
Opelka.
Lace what?
Lace cookies.
Lace cookies.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Opelka's the cookie elitist. Nothing wrong with that, though. We're cool with that. Coming up at 7:40, national correspondent Rory O'Neill, a preview of former President Donald Trump's afternoon press conference that's going to happen today. That's coming up. WOAI News Time 727.
And we're back.
Hey, everybody.
Laced cookies. See, now I like laced cookies too on occasion.
I don't even know what they are. I have no idea what
Laced cookies have marijuana in them,
they
Chris.
are. Oh, is that what she said?
No, she said lace.
Oh, okay.
Not laced.
Yeah, well, yeah. Of course, if they're illegal, I would never.
Oh, no, I just said I like them. I never said I had any.
Yeah.
Chris, come on.
The kids tell
Kids
me.
tell me they're
those are
fantastic.
really, really good.
Oh, look at SWAT Cats. Charity of McCarty is my favorite cookie.
Oh, no, you didn't. Oh, no, you didn't. Magic Johnson's, Magic Johnson's wife was named Cookie.
Yeah,
or
she
still
was.
is.
Yeah,
It's Magic Johnson's favorite cookie.
it was Cookie.
Cookie Johnson, everybody. All right, where did I keep losing the feed? There it is.
And Jacob C. Hernandez wants Charity to have a hugging booth at a Pelka.
That's hilarious. A Charity
We will try
McCurdy
to. We will try to get
hugging
that. Yeah, we will
booth.
try to get that going on, but it just doesn't sound like that's going to work.
At least he didn't ask for the kissing booth. That would
Yeah.
be too far, Jacob.
But hey, ask for the moon. You never know.
Travis, Margaret, Tommy, Tim, Connie, welcome in. SWAT Cats. M1A1, welcome in.
Yeah. Mary Jane Sweet.
All right. Well, we were very late getting out.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
Well, it was him trying to play audio, thinking he was on the
Dude,
access.
if you're gonna play audio, play audio.
Mm.
That was
He
the
thought he
problem.
was on the
yeah.
He forgot because I didn't get enough time.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
He
saying?
gave you 37 seconds before the segment.
You know?
Got a full 37 seconds.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Yeah.
Here comes Charity, everybody.
$7:32 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Donald Trump talks policy in North Carolina, and a fight is brewing over guns at the Texas State Fair. We'll have details, first traffic, and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday: partly cloudy, a high near 101. Tonight's low near 78. Right now, 79 degrees. Former President Trump delivered remarks on the economy in Asheville, North Carolina, vowing to reverse issues raised by illegal immigration.
If Kamala wins, you will have mass amnesty and citizenship for all of the Biden-Harris illegals that poured into our country. If I win, you will have the largest deportation operation in American history, starting at noon on Inauguration Day, 2025.
Trump trails Harris by more than 1 point, according to the Real Clear Politics poll average. Meantime, President Biden and VP Kamala Harris are back on the road. Fox's Ryan Schmelz has a preview.
It's the first trip together for the commander-in-chief and the Democratic Party nominee since President Biden made the decision to step aside. The two will head to Maryland to discuss the progress in lowering cost at a non-campaign event. Inflation fell in July to the lowest level in more than 3 years, according to the latest Consumer Price Index. President Biden and Vice President Harris did appear briefly together at Joint Base Andrews to welcome home a group of American hostages released back into U.S. custody. In Washington, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
Trump's running mate, J.D. Vance, said he would like to debate Minnesota Governor and Democratic Vice Presidential candidate Tim Walz more than once after Walz agreed to take part in a proposed CBS News debate in October. Vance said on Fox News that he strongly suspects he would also attend. Vance says he wants a real debate that involves looking at moderators, discussing rules, and having a real audience. Well, not all border crossers in South Texas are surrendering. There's an alarming spike in federal agents being attacked by illegal immigrants.
Apprehensions have gone down about 37% compared to last year. We still are seeing high trend on agents that are getting assaulted.
Spokesman Orlando Marrero says since the start of the fiscal year, 66 Border Patrol agents in the El Paso sector have been assaulted. That's already inching to last year's total. In addition to fights with illegal immigrants, agents have been hit with rocks and bottles and even bitten. Ceasefire negotiations over the war in Gaza continue in Qatar today amid fears of new fighting in the Middle East after the killing of Hamas's top political leader. Here's Fox's Trey Yingst.
Ceasefire talks are set to resume in Qatar as the Middle East waits for an agreement. This meeting is largely seen as a high-stakes, last-ditch effort to reach a deal and end the war in Gaza. We do know overnight Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu gave his negotiating team a wider mandate to bring to the table, though analysts remain pessimistic about the possibility of success. From Israel, the heads of intelligence agencies, the Shin Bet and Mossad, will be part of the team, along with a top advisor to the prime minister. While the Americans, Egyptians, and Qataris will be there, it's unknown if Hamas will participate.
Well, Bexar County Precinct 2 is investigating the death of another inmate at the county jail. Deputies say the 30-year-old inmate was pronounced dead around 1:20 yesterday afternoon in a cell at the Bexar County Adult Detention Center. A preliminary investigation suggests a possible suicide. It is the second inmate death at the jail in 2 days and the third since July 30th. Well, there will be rides and deep-fried foods at this year's Texas State Fair, but no guns. And now the state's attorney general plans to fight it. Here's Fox's Gernal Scott.
For years, the Texas State Fair allowed legal gun owners to have their weapons at the event. But after a gunman shot 3 people last year, Carissa Condoyanis with the fair's public relations said,
We are removing that exception, and you cannot conceal or open carry on the fairgrounds moving forward.
Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton says he'll sue the city of Dallas over that. He claims legal gun carriers cannot be kept from having their weapons on grounds owned or leased by the government. He's given the city about 2 weeks before he files suit. The fair opens September 27th, runs for 24 days, and drew more than 2 million people last year. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
It is 7:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, to check of your money and the world of business, Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, things said, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news. Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell. Charlie Parker will be with us at 8:20, and at 8:10, we will speak with a reporter who was in the building yesterday in Asheville, North Carolina, for former President Donald Trump's rally. That'll be iHeart talk show host Mark Starling. Speaking of Donald Trump, though, we are expecting a press conference this afternoon from the former president. National correspondent Rory O'Neill is with us to talk about that. Rory, what do we expect to hear from the former president in that press conference today?
Who knows? I mean, seriously, this is Donald Trump we're talking about. And, you know, he gets out there with, like yesterday from Asheville, it was supposed to be about the economy, but we got everything from border crossings, illegal immigrants, name calling, and Tic Tacs. So unless Donald Trump really gets serious about his messaging, this afternoon's press conference could be freewheeling.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, the frequency, Rory, of Trump pressers is obviously in stark contrast to Kamala Harris, which is the point. Is Trump's media availability something that could ultimately give him the edge over his opponent?
Well, at least in the short term, it certainly has changed the topic of conversation, right? It all really started with the press conference he gave in Mar-a-Lago for more than an hour 1 week ago. And then there was the 2-hour conversation with Elon Musk. We had yesterday's rally in Asheville. It's not technically, they say it's not a rally, it's a speech, but then the speech turned into a rally because it was a bit of everything. So again, with this press conference at Bedminster this afternoon, let's see what happens. But it has been, I think, a successful effort by the Trump team to flip the narrative.
Now, he's doing this press conference just after this new national poll will be released. Do you think that'll affect the press conference?
It may, but, you know, it's those battleground state polls that are coming in that are probably more important. We got one from Quinnipiac University yesterday about the situation in Pennsylvania. You know, a Democrat realistically can't win without winning Pennsylvania. And the poll from Quinnipiac shows that Kamala Harris is up 3 points over Donald Trump in the Keystone State, which is Keystone for Democrats. But, you know, is this the love affair? Is this really support? Will these people that say, I'm all for Kamala, vote for her in November when she starts to roll out her policies, which we'll finally hear about tomorrow?
You mentioned, Rory, the Mar-a-Lago press conference by Donald Trump a week ago. I saw Lawrence O'Donnell of MSNBC criticizing his own network last week for carrying that press conference in its entirety. Of course, MSNBC, known for leaning very, very left. It's probably a good strategy for Donald Trump to hold these press conferences because the major cable networks, like they did in 2016 and 2020, tend to carry them. It's a good commercial for Donald Trump, isn't it?
Well, right. Look, it's cheap and easy programming for the networks, right? Doesn't cost them anything. They flip the switch on and they get to air these press conferences for an hour. They can be compelling, that's for sure. And I know that they get criticized for giving a free platform to some unverified claims. How's that for a polite way of putting it? I think that's been the criticism, though, is that a lot of times Donald Trump will go off on these tangents, like he did about the insulin yesterday, or like he does about other things that a fact checker may have some issues with.
And Rory, we've heard some in the media say the Trump campaign is having trouble defining Kamala Harris. Is that really the case? Because when it comes to immigration, crime, Bidenomics, I mean, we've heard Trump pretty much stick with those themes.
I think he's sticking with the themes, but we haven't heard enough from her to hang anything on her. You know, where's the press conference? Where's the interview? I know there's, as we started this to say, that may be a tactic that the Trump team is trying to take, saying, look how much we're out there. J.D. Vance taking questions yesterday at a slightly attended event. But where is the Harris-Walz ticket? Now, granted, maybe they're trying to hold it all back for the convention in Chicago next week. We may be sick of them 2 weeks later. But it's clear the honeymoon for the Harris-Walz ticket, well, if it doesn't come to an end this week, it certainly will after next week, because the stump speech is worn thin.
He is national correspondent Rory O'Neill. Our thanks to him. He's a big part of our Decision 2024 coverage. Coming up at 8:10, a man who was in the room where it happened yesterday in Asheville, North Carolina, at that Trump rally, iHeartMedia talk show host Mark Starling with an Eyewitness Report. Coming up, your favorite cookies as we honor the passing of famous Amos. Wally Amos passed away at the age of 88. WOAI News Time 745.
All right. And we're back.
Cindy Cox, I am sick of them now, Rory. Now in all caps. Thank you, Cindy.
I get it.
If you're sick of them now, man, wait till next week with that
oh yeah,
Democratic National Convention. There's going to be a whole lot of Kamala coverage and Tim
treats,
Walz.
man. Marco, you are correct.
Thank you, Marco, for listening. We appreciate it. Thanks to everybody in here. We see Tim, Margaret, Travis, Mary Jane, a great Rick James song.
Amen.
Connie, Travis, Marco, Tim, Tommy, Cindy, and
you.
And you, a total of 28 at the moment. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Yes, live 6 o'clock tonight, ESPN, Tommy.
And who are they? I got to find that out. Who are they playing? Let me go to ESPN and find out. It's either going to be north, south, east, or west, but
yeah, because they're still in the U.S. bracket right now.
Where is Little League? There it is, Little League World Series. Give me a schedule. Come on, ESPN, make it easy on me. August.
Oh, they don't.
Southwest versus Mid-Atlantic, whoever that is.
Mid-Atlantic is
Mid-Atlantic.
Pennsylvania.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Sure about that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Mid-Atlantic, you said, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Pennsylvania. And we are southwest. That's game 8. So the game 8 winner.
Yeah, Mid-Atlantic is Newton Little League, Newton, Pennsylvania. Council Rock, Newton Little League.
Newton, Pennsylvania.
Yes. We got Cuba and Europe, Africa right before that. The international.
So I might mention this ahead of headlines.
That works.
Yeah, that way we can react.
Okay, where's Latin America? Ah, you mother of God. Europe, Africa. From the
Hey, it's Randy Adams there, buddy.
Czech Republic taking on Cuba. Okay. You are correct, Cindy. See you later, Marco. Ow. Bidenomics.
Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. And Charity and Mr. T, get your popcorn ready tonight at 6 o'clock on ESPN. Little League World Series. Bernie's a Little League team representing the Southwest, taking on the Mid-Atlantic team that will be Newton, Pennsylvania. Go Bernie.
Amen.
And there's a free watch party taking place at the Free Rome Brewing Company in Bernie tonight. So,
man, it's a weeknight.
I know.
We'd be at Barry tonight if it was the weekend.
I know. We'd be at Barry. Maybe Barry Manilow will go to the watch party before he takes the stage.
That would be cool.
Possible.
It is possible.
I've seen him throw a first pitch out at a Cubs game once.
How did that go?
It went well.
Oh, okay.
I'm skeptical.
Are you insinuating that Barry would throw like a girl?
Not at all. I just didn't know
Didn't
what
even
kind of
think about that.
muscle mass we're dealing with. Yeah.
Just checking. Just checking. Want to make sure we don't disparage Barry Manilow's
No
pitching
way.
ability. Charity, what else are you covering?
Ohio Senator and GOP VP candidate J.D. Vance says he's open to debating Tim Walz more than once. Donald Trump rallied in North Carolina yesterday as Kamala Harris plans to bring her campaign there tomorrow. And a new lawsuit challenges Texas's near total ban on abortions. We'll have the latest coming up right now, traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies with a few clouds today, tomorrow, and on Saturday. Highs today 100, 101 tomorrow, 102 on Saturday. It is 79 degrees in China Grove, 79 at Randolph Air Force Base, and 78 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 7:52.
San Antonio's first news and Charity. I just learned Mr. T once threw out the first pitch at a Missions game, and it did not go well.
It did not go well. I bounced it in front of the plate.
Oh, come on.
I did.
Did you get heckled and booed?
Oh, gosh, yes. It was fun. Did you see Machine Gun Kelly's first pitch?
No.
He might have changed the way people do the first pitch. He was at the Guardians-Cubs game. He's from Cleveland, so he was there. He goes out to the mound. They give him the ball. He pulls a pen out of his pocket, autographs the ball, goes to like he's going to throw a pitch, and then runs to the third baseline and throws the ball up into the crowd.
Okay.
I like it a lot.
I
And
mean, he would have gotten the crowd on his side if he just brought out Megan Fox. I think that's all he needed to do.
That's what we were all waiting for,
Yeah.
but no. But I think that's a cool way to do it, though. Throw it to the
Yes.
crowd. They're there for you, so throw them the ball. Why not?
And then you don't embarrass yourself if things go bad. Exactly. Well, on our Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app, we have been honoring the passing of iconic cookie maker Wally Amos of famous Amos Cookies. Passed away this week at the age of 88, actually passed away on Tuesday. So we're asking you, what's your favorite cookie? And there might be some. We've also asked, it's a big night. We mentioned Barry Manilow, the Barry Manilow show at the Frost Bank Center later this evening. A couple of our listeners, Bob and Cindy, going on a first date with Barry Manilow, tickets won on this show. So we may even get some first date tips as well, Mr. T.
You never know. Let's go out to Pennsylvania, though.
Good morning, guys. This is your Pennsylvania truck driver. Not sure if I should share this or not, but once a year I get my fixation on my favorite cookie from my favorite dealer there on the street corner, a little redhead, freckle-faced little girl. I get my peanut butter chocolate cookie from her, Girl Scouts, and then I fall back on Nabisco Chewy chocolate chip and Fig Newtons, all with a big tall glass of cold milk.
Ooh, yeah.
Yes, nothing wrong with that.
A big old glass of cold milk with some good cookies.
Amen.
Yeah.
And, the Girl Scouts, they appreciate that,
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Yes, they do. All right, let's go out to Spring Branch.
Good morning. This is Joe from Spring Branch. My favorite cookie is a Mexican delicacy called pan de polvo. It's made of cinnamon and sugar. It's delicious. And a little bit of music trivia. Barry Manilow was Bette Midler's original piano player. You guys have a great day.
Thank you.
Yes, there's some footage out there on YouTube. I think
Yeah.
it's black and white footage of Barry playing piano for Bette Midler. And he was kind of a guy in the background, and he had dreams of someday doing something more than that.
And that dream has come true, Chris.
Kind of worked out for him.
Yes, it did.
Yes.
All right, let's go to Carol.
Hi, this is Carol in San Antonio. I'm my favorite cookie is HEB's white chocolate macadamia nuts. Can't beat them. They're addictive though. Warning, take heed. Okay. Happy day to all of you.
Well, thank you, Carol.
I have not had the HEB
Oh,
white
they're
chocolate
good.
macadamia nuts,
They're
but it
good.
sounds spectacular.
They are very good.
HEB cookies are always so soft and just delicious. I don't know what
Yeah.
they're doing in the bakery, what secret ingredient.
They're
but
doing it right.
Yeah, it's consistency.
It's love. It's
I'm
love.
Going to HEB after our meeting this morning.
There's a meeting?
I'm assuming there's a meeting. Is
okay.
there always a meeting?
This just in.
News to us.
I'm assuming that, I always assume. I know they say never assume, but I do assume. It's kind of my thing. Assuming, making assumptions about
Yes, yes.
Charity being a cookie elitist, or
Yeah, of
Charity
course.
making charges against Barry Manilow's pitching ability. I automatically I jump to assumptions.
I've heard it all.
Mhm.
I gotta work on that.
You're making enemies out of people that are very dear to San Antonio. First, Christopher Cross, and Michael McDonald.
Yeah, look what he did.
Now Barry Manilow is going to have
Wow,
beef
Chris.
with me because of
Wow.
something you said, Chris Toole.
I defend Christopher Cross, Barry Manilow, and Michael McDonald.
Uh-huh.
In fact, they should make that would be you talking because we've got Def Leppard, Journey, and Steve Miller
Miller.
Band. How about a three-way lineup? Barry Manilow, Christopher Cross, and Michael McDonald.
Let's do it.
And Charity
Yeah,
opens the show and
yeah,
brings them
I'll
on
be there.
stage.
Give hugs to all and
Yes.
and just kind of set the record straight about these
Speaking of
bad
which-
rumors.
Speaking of hugs, Charity, was it Jacob Hernandez?
Jacob C. Hernandez wants you to set up a hugging booth at Opelka Con.
A Charity McCurdy hugging booth.
And of course,
I could do that.
and all the money goes to charity.
Oh, the
Just
money
saying.
that would go to charity. Yes. I
For
like
our
it.
loyal listeners, I would do it for free.
Wow.
Yeah.
See, look at that.
Breaking news right
Mhm.
here.
The attendance just spiked.
Yes,
on
it did.
People planning on going to
The
a
lines
Belgium.
are already forming.
Yes. We'll keep, that would be October 24th. We'll keep you posted.
Circle it on your calendar.
Coming up, an eyewitness, an iHeart talk show host was at the Trump rally in North Carolina yesterday. We'll get a report coming right up. WOAI News Time, 7:58.
8 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Donald Trump holds a North Carolina rally, and it looks like a VP debate is on the calendar. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday, partly cloudy, a high near 101. Tonight's low in the upper 70s. Get a move on. It is 79 degrees. Ahead of Vice President Kamala Harris's unveiling her policy platform, former President Trump talked about his economic agenda in North Carolina yesterday. Fox's Gernal Scott has more on Decision 2024.
Former President Trump told a crowd in Nashville that an executive order will come if he wins in November, directing every one of his cabinet heads
to use every tool and authority at their disposal to defeat inflation and to bring consumer prices rapidly down.
He did continue to criticize Vice President Harris on border and energy policies as well, but mostly talked about the economy, which is what more voters in a new Fox News poll said could influence their decision this fall. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Meantime, Ohio Senator and GOP VP candidate J.D. Vance told Fox's Laura Ingraham that he's up for a debate with Minnesota Governor Tim Walz.
We're certainly going to debate Tim Walz. We just heard about this thing 3 hours ago, so we're going to talk to them and figure out when we can debate. I actually think we should do more than one debate, so hopefully we're going to see him on October 1st, but hopefully we're going to see him either before or after that, because I think it's important for the American people to actually see us discuss our views.
The debate has been proposed by CBS News for October 1st, although the debate date is tentative. Trump and Harris are set to face off on September 10th. A man suspected of shooting and killing 2 dogs over the weekend is in the hospital after shooting himself. SAPD says the 45-year-old suspect shot himself yesterday as officers tried to serve a search warrant at an apartment complex near North Star Mall. He was hospitalized in critical condition. He's suspected of shooting a husky and a German Shepherd puppy a few blocks apart in a Northside neighborhood late Saturday night. Well, newly unearthed police body cam footage from the Robb Elementary mass shooting is reopening old wounds.
It's like the scab just keeps getting larger and wider and more hurtful.
Jesse Rizzo, uncle of victim Jackie Casares, tells News 4 he and the other families were blindsided by the revelation of new footage and were upset that they found out when everybody else did. Rizzo says with this new information, the families want to see the book thrown at former Uvalde Police Chief Daniel Rodriguez and anyone else responsible, whether intentional or not.
Is it going to bring further criminal charges? I certainly hope so.
However, Brett Cross, guardian of victim Uzziah Garcia, says they're not holding their breath. Eric Lankum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
The new owners of the San Antonio Missions baseball team are making a pitch for a downtown ballpark, and so far it's a home run. Mayor Ron Nierenberg says the key is that it will not be built using public funds.
We're looking at a framework that's innovative, that protects San Antonio taxpayers.
The $160 million stadium would be funded by private investment, including $1 million annual payments by the team. The owners want to build apartments, hotels, restaurants, and stores in the northwest corner of downtown. The plan laid out before council this week shows a 4,500-seat stadium that could also be used for festivals and high school graduations. The start of school in Texas has reignited the debate over teacher pay. Beth Myers reports.
The average Texas teacher earns a little over $62,000 a year.
And that's up about 15%, while the inflation was up about 24% statewide.
Kelvie Oser with the Texas Education Agency says that means teachers are earning less now than they did 10 years ago. And she says it's worse in rural areas. There is talk in the state legislature of proposing an across-the-board $2,000 bonus for teacher retention. I'm Beth Myers, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Another Mexican airliner will soon be flying nonstops between San Antonio and Monterrey. Volaris announced that it'll launch daily nonstop flights year-round from San Antonio International Airport Airport to Monterey International starting November 3rd. Flights at both ends will depart and arrive in the morning hours. The low-cost carrier also provides service to Guadalajara and Mexico City. San Antonians can also fly to Monterey on Viva Aerobus up to 3 times every day. Well, actress Gina Rowlands, known for her role as the older Allie in the 2004 film The Notebook, has died at the age of 94 after a battle with dementia.
I don't know why, but it makes me feel sad. I remember now. It was us.
Rowlands was a 4-time Emmy and 2-time Golden Globe winner. It is 8:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news, Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman, Charlie Parker in studio. He'll join us at 8:20. I'm Chris Duell. Coming right up, a man who was in the room where it happened yesterday in Asheville, North Carolina, a news director and host from News Radio 570 WWNC in Asheville, North Carolina. That is Mark Starling. He joins us next. But first, your traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies with a few clouds today, tomorrow, and on Saturday. Highs today, 100, 101 tomorrow, 102 on Saturday. It is 78 degrees in New Braunfels, Texas, 79 in Alamo Heights, and 78 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:10.
San Antonio's first news. We are joined by the host of First News with Mark Starling on News Radio 570 WWNC in Asheville, North Carolina. Mark, we know there's a big difference between seeing an event on television and actually being there in the arena. What were your takeaways yesterday from that rally with former President Donald Trump in Asheville?
Well, guys, thanks for having me this morning. I really appreciate it. It was, it was a Trump rally. There's no question about it. The day started about 15,000 people lining the streets out in front of the arena. Now, for people who aren't familiar with Asheville, Asheville is a blue dot surrounded by a sea of red. It is basically considered San Francisco of the mountains. So the fact that there was 15,000 Trump supporters in downtown Asheville basically had heads exploding. That's essentially where it started. It's so left here, the cars don't even turn right. They make three rights, so they make three lefts to go right. That's how left wing it is here. But what was interesting to me was we have a 6,500 seat arena in the city that they were not allowed to use. They had to use the theater that was actually attached to it. So inside, you only had about 1,800 people. The rest stood out there for the better part until, 5:30, 6 o'clock last night, well after the rally was over with. Trump pretty much played the hits. He basically did focus on the economy. He got a pretty good section in there on immigration as well. But for the most part, it was billed as a talk on policy. And while he did talk about the policies he wanted to put into place, he didn't really go in depth into the actual policies themselves. Like he doesn't want to tax tips, but we're not really sure how what that looks like, right? How does that work? I talked to a lot of people at the rally yesterday. They were super grateful. I talked to people that had traveled from 3 to 5 hours away. People from Winston-Salem, which is all the way across the state from us. So it was a heavily attended rally. It went much smoother than the last one, which ended in violence here in 2016. Actually ended up making national headlines, court cases for people that had beat each other in the street. At that time, the police department had actually set up. It wasn't the police department. It was ordered by the city, executed by the police chief at the time. And they set up a gauntlet from the exit door for attendees of the rally to get out. Well, the problem is that there was no buffer zone between where the gates were and the protesters. So everybody that was leaving that rally was getting spit on, was getting things thrown at them. It really turned into a melee type of scene. So that was the fear going into this was, are we going to see this kind of violence again? And I got to hand it to our police department. They did a knockdown standout job. It really, nobody I talked to felt unsafe, that was really kind of the theme outside. You could tell there was a tension in the air. Not a lot of counter protesters showed up. I think when most of them woke up, like 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and realized, wow, there's 15,000 Trump supporters downtown. That's probably not a good idea to go down there.
And Mark, I'm sorry to interrupt, Mark. I'm glad it went well as far as security. I got to ask you, though, with the former president often facing criticism for not staying on message during these rallies, I got to know, how did rally attendees react yesterday? Does that keep them engaged and on their toes when he makes those random comments?
So, I think that's what I mean when I say he played the hits. Right. And what it seems like, and he even said it during the speech, he says, we're going to focus on economy. We're going to focus on crime and immigration, but we're going to sprinkle some of that other stuff in because that's what we really like. Mm-hmm. And so that seems to be what the change has been. The change has been, instead of Trump coming out and doing a 45-minute stand-up set on how bad Joe Biden or Kamala Harris or the left or whatever, it's more, we're going to talk about this policy and then, oh yeah, Kamala Harris is the Antichrist, right? I mean, it's that type of thing. He was just as entertaining as he always is at his rallies, and I think, when you're dealing with someone who is an entertainer like that, let's face it, when's the last time someone handed any of us radio guys a script that we stayed on track with, right? Mm-hmm. I mean.
So very true. Our thanks to Mark Starling of News Radio 570 WWNC in Asheville, North Carolina. Charlie Parker joins us next. WOAI News Time, 8:15.
What is Charlie Parker's favorite cookie as we mourn the passing of famous Amos? We're about to find out. First, Charity, what stories are you following?
Donald Trump rallied in North Carolina while his running mate, J.D. Vance, says he expects to debate Tim Walz in October. Another inmate death is under investigation at the Bexar County Jail, and the funding plan has been revealed for the San Antonio Mission's new baseball stadium. We'll have details right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies with a few clouds today, tomorrow, and on Saturday. All 3 days hot. Highs 100 today, 101 tomorrow, 102 on Saturday. It is 79 degrees in Alamo Heights, 79 in Castroville, and 78 right here in Stone Oak. WOEI News Time, 8:21.
San Antonio's first news, the passing of Wally Amos, the founder of famous Amos Cookies. He was 88 years old. It has inspired us to talk about our favorite cookies. And Charlie Parker, I know you've got to have a favorite cookie or cookies.
Oh, absolutely. Best cookies I've ever had are from the Planet 13 dispensary that I get when I go to Las Vegas.
Wow.
They're incredible.
Are they good?
Wow.
Huh? Do they taste good?
And maybe the only cookies I know of that you can eat without drinking milk.
Wow.
Just
eat them.
Wow.
And you eat them as soon as you get outside the door.
Yeah.
Or one. You
don't want to eat more
You
than
know
one.
what they say on the packaging at those dispensaries? You can always eat more. You can't eat less.
That's true. That's true.
They should say, bet you can't eat just one.
Actually, my favorite cookies are either a Nestle's Toll House, chocolate, the chocolate chip, and always cook them less time than it says to cook them. That way they stay
soft,
chewy.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Or an Oreo.
Oh.
Oreo might.
It's the perfect cookie.
And I think
It's the
and I'm not
perfect
talking
cookie.
those
No.
thin ones.
No,
or
no,
those
no,
ones
no.
that come in colors
No.
during holidays through the
No.
year, or even double stuff. No, the original Oreo is the perfect cookie.
I was
Just
convinced
enough
you were going to say
stuffing.
Nutter Butter, Charlie. What happened to Nutter Butter? I thought that was your cookie.
I mean, I'll eat a Nutter.
I'm not going to say no
butter,
to
but
one.
it's not my
Oh, okay.
There's probably a dozen cookies I'll eat, but I was asked my favorite, and that's probably them. Now, someone called in on the talkback feature earlier this morning, was talking about what great sugar cookies that they made. There's no such thing.
Oh no, my
as a
grandmother.
great there's no such thing as a even good.
My
sugar
grandmother made
cookie.
the best sugar cookies ever.
Oh, my grandmother made
Ever.
them, but I don't.
They were great.
Sugar cookies are a waste of time. There's nothing there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Nothing as you look at it to attract you. The little glitter stuff that goes on. Come on, get out.
I
of
like it without the
town.
glitter.
Now, I mentioned about drinking, eating cookies and drinking milk. It's pretty much required.
So
I think most
with
of the time.
the Oreos, do you ever dip them in the milk?
Oh, I call
yeah.
it dunking.
Yes.
And I dunk all of my cookies.
Yes, I agree.
I don't like dunk cookies in coffee or something like that.
Got to
but-
be milk,
but
ice
milk.
cold.
Yes.
And, and I dunk the Oreo. Well, yeah, because other cookies are bigger. But an Oreo is also a perfect size because you can dunk them into the milk.
And watch the
let-
bubbles come up.
Well, and watch it get soft and then put the whole Oreo
Yes.
in your mouth at one time.
So you never deconstruct the Oreo. You keep it intact.
Oh, yeah, I don't understand that taking them apart.
Yeah, and no.
Now, I've heard this. I don't know if it's true. I've never tried it. I've heard that if you take a package of Oreos and you open them up and you sit the packaging out and you take out one Oreo and then you twist it, to come apart, whichever side on that cookie the stuffing stays on, every cookie in the package.
Okay.
will
We got to
do that.
try
That
this.
just-
We got to try this. We got to try this
that
because
just
I don't
doesn't
believe that.
sound physically.
Yeah,
By
see,
that I mean
yeah.
like physics.
No,
Yeah.
it
It
does not.
doesn't sound
We
like
must
that.
do some research.
It's like a coin toss.
Yeah.
It's got to can't
Yeah.
always be heads.
Yeah, it's,
Yeah.
I'm not sure I
Interesting.
believe that.
yeah.
And Charity mentioned that the HEB's cookies are how good HEB
They are
cookies
good.
are. You know me, I love HEB,
Mm-hmm.
but HEB cookies are not always good.
What you talking about?
Sometimes
How dare
they're
What you talking
sometimes
about?
they're overcooked and they're too hard.
Wow.
They're not always.
What HEB are you going to? Because I'm not going there.
I've got like 3 within a half block of my house.
Did you check the expiration date on the cookie package?
No,
Or
they
just- okay,
shouldn't. It
all right.
doesn't matter. It shouldn't
All right,
matter
All right.
because
Wow.
they shouldn't be on the shelf if it's past the
No,
expiration.
you're talking
date.
about like the ones in the little plastic, like the chocolate chip cookies.
Yeah. Now again, I don't buy packages of multiple.
So you're just opening them up and taking one out, or
No,
what?
I'm looking for like, if I'm going to eat a cookie, I'm looking for like one cookie.
Okay.
And those
Oh.
are the ones that sometimes tend to be.
Okay, that's different. Yeah.
Now, having said that, let me say something else that I've said many times before, and so I'll say it again. Some of the best cookies you will ever find are at Subway.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
The
They're pretty good.
cookies at Subway are always good.
They are pretty good. I have to admit. They are
Not chewy, not hard, kind of somewhere in the middle.
Nice. And there's a Subway right next to the HEB, not far from where you are at 1604 in Blanco. There's a Subway right around the corner in the same parking lot. So you could.
I think so.
There's Subway right next to the HEB Floresville too. So I mean,
Okay.
HEB in Floresville. There's
I've
a Subway.
not thought, I've seen
They're
cookies
good.
at Subway. I
No,
have
they're
not
good. They're
purchased
good.
them. Okay.
And they're like 3 for $1.79.
Something like that. Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
is a pretty decent price for
at a Subway.
for a cookie.
Yes.
Yeah.
He is Charlie Parker. Charity McCurdy has everything you need to know right here at the bottom of the hour. Joe Pags with a preview of the Joe Pags Show at 8:40. WOAI News Time 8:27.
8:32 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Donald Trump talks policy in North Carolina, and a fight is brewing over guns at the Texas State Fair. We'll have details first. Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday. Partly cloudy, a high near 101. Tonight's low in the upper 70s. Right now, 79 degrees. Former President Trump delivered remarks on the economy in Asheville, North Carolina yesterday, vowing to reverse issues raised by illegal immigration.
If Kamala wins, you will have mass amnesty and citizenship for all of the Biden-Harris illegals that poured into our country. If I win, you will have the largest deportation operation in American history, starting at noon on Inauguration Day 2025.
Meantime, Ohio Senator and GOP VP candidate J.D. Vance said he would like to debate Minnesota Governor and Democratic VP candidate Tim Walz more than once. After Walz agreed to take part in a proposed CBS News debate in October, Vance said on Fox News he strongly suspects he would also attend. Vance also says he wants a real debate that involves looking at moderators, discussing rules, and having a real audience. Meantime, President Biden and VP Kamala Harris are back on the road. Fox's Ryan Schmelz has a preview.
It's the first trip together for the commander-in-chief and the Democratic Party nominee since President Biden made the decision to step aside. The two will head to Maryland to discuss the progress in lowering cost at a non-campaign event. Inflation fell in July to the lowest level in more than 3 years, according to the latest Consumer Price Index. President Biden and Vice President Harris did appear briefly together at Joint Base Andrews to welcome home a group of American hostages released back into U.S. custody. In Washington, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
A new lawsuit challenges Texas's near total ban on abortions. 2 women are suing after their doctors refused to treat their ectopic pregnancies in Texas. The lawsuit argues that the physicians refused to perform even protected abortions because they were intimidated by the risk they could be jailed for violating the state's abortion ban. Negotiations for a possible ceasefire in Gaza are set to resume today in Qatar. Fox Trey Yingst has more.
Overnight, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu gave his negotiating team a wider mandate to bring to the table, though analysts remain pessimistic about the possibility of success. From Israel, the heads of the intelligence agencies, the Shin Bet and Mossad, will be part of the team, along with the top advisor to the prime minister. While the Americans, Egyptians, and Qataris will be there, it's unknown how Hamas will participate. We are still looking closely at the possibility of a 3-phase agreement. The first phase could see up to 33 living hostages released. The deal would end with a reconstruction project for Gaza and support for vulnerable Palestinians affected by the war.
And this comes as more than 40,000 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza in the 10-month-old war. Well, a 16-year-old boy is hospitalized after being shot several times in a drive-by shooting on the east side. It happened around 10 o'clock last night at the Olive Park Apartments along Burleson Street and North Olive Street. Investigators said the teen was in the parking lot when a car pulled up and 2 people inside started shooting, hitting him 3 times. The car sped off after the shooting. Well, there will be rides and deep-fried foods at this year's Texas State Fair, but no guns. And now the state's attorney general plans to fight it.
For years, the Texas State Fair allowed legal gun owners to have their weapons at the event. But after a gunman shot 3 people last year, Carissa Condoyanis with the fair's public relations said,
"We are removing that exception, and you cannot conceal or open carry on the fairgrounds moving forward."
Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton says he'll sue the city of Dallas over that. He claims legal gun carriers cannot be kept from having their weapons on grounds owned or leased by the government. He's given the city about 2 weeks before he files suit. The fair opens September 27th, runs for 24 days, and drew more than 2 million people last year. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
It is 8:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, to check out your money and the world of business, Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news, more of your talkbacks coming up as we mourn the passing of Wally Amos, the founder of Famous Amos Cookies. We're talking about your favorite cookies. But first, let's check in with Joe Pags of the Joe Pags Show, get a preview of his show this afternoon. And for Joe, it's all about information. Good morning, Joe.
That's right, Chris. There's a real hunger for information, especially heading into this November election. So is it misinformation? Is it truth? Is it journalism? Is it commentary? Is it somebody editorializing? I've got Megyn Kelly on to break all that down today. Yes, that Megyn Kelly. Love having her on. We're going to talk about that and an awful lot more. Plus, country music star John Rich makes his return. He's got a lot going on as well. Do not miss a second of the Joe Pags Show today at 5, right here on News Radio 1200 WOAI. See you then.
See you then, Joe, 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. today and every weekday for the Joe Pags Show. Well, we've been getting a lot of reaction from you on the Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app as we mourn the passing of Wally Amos, the founder of Famous Amos Cookies at the age of 88. Mr. T, what do we got?
Well, we got a few. Let's go to this one.
Good morning, guys. Robert from New Braunfels. My favorite cookie, and I enjoy it. It's a chocolate chip cookie dipped in strong coffee. If you've never done it, you need to try it. It's really good.
I'll take the cookie and the coffee, but I don't know about dipping it in there.
Yeah, Charlie, you said you don't dip an Oreo in coffee. You dip
I don't
it in
even
milk.
think I eat sweets with coffee. Sweets go with milk.
Okay.
Donuts and coffee.
We will
go
try
pretty
it,
good.
though. You
Yeah.
said you don't know till you try it. I'll give
That's
it a
true.
shot.
All right, let's go to Joey.
Hey guys, it's Joey Nelson. And up until recently, my favorite cookies were Oreos. Now there's this new cookie by Reese's that's basically a chocolate covered animal cracker. And boy, oh boy, are those good.
I don't know.
By
about-
Reese's. So
Yeah.
there's no peanut butter involved?
See, that's what I don't understand. Usually it would have peanut butter, right?
I think there are some Reese's that don't have, it doesn't make sense.
It does
but,
not make
yeah.
sense. It does not make sense. All right, here's another one.
Good morning, WAI. The best cookie, any cookie dough that comes out of a tube. I don't care what brand, I don't care what mix. If it's got macadamia nuts or peanuts or pecans, if it comes out of a tube and it's cookie dough, that's it. That's the best cookie. Thank you.
I'm thinking salmonella, though. I don't go there.
See, when I was a kid, when
Oh, we
my
used to eat
mom
it
was
all the
making
time, man.
cookies,
Lick the beaters.
cookie dough, I'm surprised we went 4 hours, and that's the first time somebody mentioned cookie dough. You know, Charity, you will not eat cookie dough?
I am too scared of getting food poisoning. I won't go there. Yeah.
Man.
So will you not like cook those Nestle's Toll House things that come in the package and they're like in squares?
Oh, the little, yeah.
You just break them off and put them on the pan?
I'll cook them. Yeah, sure. And eat them after they're cooked.
But not raw.
No, not raw.
Not raw. That's what we're talking about. Raw cookie dough.
That's what cookie dough is, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
how it's supposed to be.
Most times, yes. Yes. All right, let's go to Mikey.
Mikey, wanted to tell you my grandmother's oatmeal cookies were the best ever. She used to put chopped pecans in them. Oh my gosh. And I want to nominate Charity McCurdy as Queen of San Antonio. I want to wish Bob and Cindy good luck on their date tonight. Hey, bros, hook me up with Kemper. She's a righteous and cool chick.
All right, so obviously we're now matchmakers as well.
Okay, was that Mikey?
That was Mikey.
For a lot going on there. First of all, Charity McCurdy for Queen of San Antonio.
I didn't know there was such a role that exists. I know
There
Miss
is.
Fiesta or something.
There is now.
Now there is.
The coronation. It's
Well,
gonna
thank
be great.
you.
It's
Thank
gonna be
you.
great. The coronation. will be
Everybody's
awesome.
always trying to hook up Kemper with somebody. Is she even single?
I
I
think
know
so.
she's got kids.
I hope she is.
Yeah, because
We've met her. She is a very beautiful woman. So I can
yeah,
kind
and
of
she's
see
very
the,
cool. She loves football and she loves
she
all the
was on
things.
here
that-
yesterday
no,
talking
I know
about
her
college
personality.
football. She was bringing up college football yesterday. She
Yeah.
could be the perfect woman.
She
So-
checks all the boxes.
She
Yes.
does.
Yeah.
She does. But we don't know if she's married or not. And where everybody wants to hook up with her. We don't know. We just don't know.
Maybe we should find out before we start.
That's probably a good
pawning
idea.
her off
Well, I
on
do know that
Mikey.
she's going to the Barry Manilow show tonight with her good friend Jolene.
Look at that
So-
left hand and see if
Yeah.
you got a ring on it. So
Yeah, I quit looking at women's left hands a long time ago. Long time ago.
It's probably a good idea since you've been married for
Yeah,
30
yeah.
years.
My wife frowns on me dating. I don't know why.
You're going to that, aren't you? You going to Manilow?
It's a work night. I've been to many Barry Manilow
okay.
concerts.
He's a fan of Low.
I am a fan of Low.
He
I
is a
admit
fan of
it,
Low.
and I'm proud
I'm
of
not,
it. Are you
uh,
going tonight to Barry Manilow?
Hell
Charlie?
no.
He's singing bass, man.
I'm not a hater, but I mean, yeah, no, I can't take, however long it is of those songs.
Well, no, we are going to see Def Leppard, Journey, and Steve Miller tomorrow night.
Oh, no, that's not bad.
That's not bad.
Now, my
show.
favorite thing about Manilow is the I write the songs, I write the song. Didn't write the song.
Nobody sings it well.
It was written by Bruce Johnston of the Beach Boys.
Yes.
But the song is in the voice of music. I am music, and he is singing
and I write
as
the- okay.
music writes the songs.
Okay.
Just as a fan of Low, I thought I'd point
Yeah,
that out. A lot of people
behind the music with Chris
a
Duell.
lot of people say you didn't write that song.
Top
Barry."
10 revealed.
Yes. More coming up. We'll get you caught up on headlines, traffic, and weather. WOAI News Time, 8:46. It's a big night for the Bernie Little League team. We'll talk about that coming up. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Donald Trump rallied in North Carolina while his running mate J.D. Vance says he expects to debate Tim Walz in October. Victims' families say they were blindsided by the release of new body cam footage from the Uvalde school shooting. And Taylor Swift is returning to the stage tonight following last week's foiled terror plot targeting her Vienna concerts. We'll have more coming up. Right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny with some clouds today, tomorrow, and on Saturday. 100 for a high today, 101 tomorrow, 102 on Saturday. 79 degrees at Fort Sam, Houston, 79 in Lotus, 79 right here at Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:52.
San Antonio's first news, our thanks to E.J. Pacheco and Andrew Zimmel doing the heavy lifting, flying the Millennium Falcon this morning. Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman, Charlie Parker in studio. I'm Chris Duell. Tonight, 6 o'clock on ESPN, Little League World Series. Bernie representing the Southwest, taking on Newton, Pennsylvania, representing the Mid-Atlantic. Charlie, are you putting some money on this game?
Not putting money on it. Don't bet on little leaguers because there's too many opportunities for them to screw things up. Saw some really bad baseball last night. Also saw
some good pitching. Yeah.
Two no-hitters yesterday.
Yes.
China, Taipei, and Mexico both threw no-hitters.
Whoa.
And in addition to Bernie playing tonight, candlelight vigil for some guy named Elvis Presley in Memphis this evening.
Have you watched that on streaming?
Oh, yeah.
It is
cool, man.
So moving
Yeah.
to see all the candlelight. They're singing Elvis songs, the whole crowd in unison.
Yeah.
It's must-see TV.
It's the king, man. The king.
Very cool.
And there's a viewing party, by the way, in Bernie for the Little League World Series to watch Bernie hopefully win that. It's at Free Roam Brewing Company in Bernie, and it takes place at 6 o'clock.
Man, if it wasn't a school night, if it wasn't a school,
You would go to a viewing party?
sure, for Little League
You
Baseball.
ever been to like a Spurs viewing party?
Yeah.
I can't do that.
It is a brewery, so there is
You
that.
had me at brewery, Charity. I'm just saying.
Beers are 5 feet away in my refrigerator.
But I'm going to go get some jelly donuts and watch the Elvis stream tonight.
It's so cool. If you haven't seen the Elvis stream, just Google it. Elvis's website. They'll have it for you. Finally, Charlie, you'll appreciate another baseball team known as the Houston Astros have won eight in a row.
Yeah.
The winningest team in baseball right now.
And I think Verlander's back today.
Is he back today?
I don't know. I think. I said I think. I
Things
don't
are
know.
looking up. Things are looking up. All righty. Lots more coming at you. You've got Glenn Beck in just a few. Before that, Charity McCurdy at the top of the hour with all the big stories you need to know about on this Thursday morning. But right now, your Sean Hannity Morning Minute.